#1 seed. They made it to the final in '88 where they lost to Danny Manning and Kansas. A year ago in the Southeast Regional semifinal, they were ousted by Virginia. And here today, Coach Tubbs and his family are hoping that the Sooners can come back. It's 73-69 North Carolina, 2:55.
Dean Smith picked up full court. He's changed defenses as he normally does after every timeout.
McCovery rims out, and Roto lost it underneath. Oklahoma ball.
Davis has Chilcutt pinned on his back. I think he can score inside if they get him the ball.
Jones 3. 1-point game.
But he's a big-time jump shooter. 6'8" or 9. Back to man-to-man now. Dean Smith took Lynch out of the game. Figure he needs him the last 2 minutes to rebound.
Timeout. Carolina. And Dean Smith will put him back in the game along with Fox. The Tar Heels will have 17 seconds to get off a shot when you return. With Billy Packer, I'm Brent Musburger. This is not the only one going down to the wire. Out in Salt Lake, Ball State, and Louisville, a 4-point game with 2:20 left in that one. Here we have 2:02. Both teams shooting 1-1 the rest of the way. And each coach with 3 timeouts remaining. Now with 17 seconds on the shot clock, they're down to 10. And Lynch, who checked back in, now 7 on the shot against the trap off of Madden. He was out of bounds. Oklahoma's ball.
Brent, if it goes down low and you get a double team like that, you either have to put it up immediately or fire it right back out, as Madden did for Lynch the last time. No passing angle on that double team.
And a foul against Carolina. Lynch overplaying Davis down at the baseline, and they will send Davis up to the free throw line to shoot 1-and-1 with 1.5 minutes to go. And Lynch joins Williams on the foul on the bench as he has fouled out.
Fouled out, played a great basketball game. Scott Williams, who didn't get much done today, and if it had not been for Lynch, North Carolina had been long gone in this game. Now Dean Smith finds himself with no experience of any size to come in with off the bench. He's probably going to have to go with the lineup you see for the last minute and 36, which means that Oklahoma can go down inside to the likes of Davis.
Chilcutt at 6'9" would be his size on the inside. He's being joined by Madden and Davis and Rice and Fox at 6'7". So Fox would be the man they'd want to have shooting the ball the rest of the way. He is 4 of 5 at the free throw line. And his 18th point sends us back into a tie.
Davis has been to the line over 200 times this year. Shoots right at 78%.
And the Sooners lead it.
Evans trying to keep the ball again away from Rice so Rice can't handle. Good move by Billy Tubbs.
Henry out on Fox. Chilcutt. Rice sees that there's 15 left on the shot.
And they've got to go to the 4 corners. Rice going one-on-one out front.
Under 10 on the shot. Down to 5. Fox is through.
Puts Carolina up by 2. That's not a 4 corners. They want Davis and Chilcutt.
They punch into Davis. He's got it. We're tied. And he'll come up to the free throw line with 39 seconds to go.
There's the pass over to Rick Fox, who has been sensational with a quick catch and jump shot from the perimeter. But the man who's been hard to handle on the other end of the floor has been Davis with those great spin moves, power moves inside.
21 points for Davis. Make it 22, and OU leads it. It's been a roller coaster ride for the Tubbs family here this afternoon, but her husband and the Sooners now find themselves up by a point with 39 seconds to go, and here comes that full court Oklahoma pressure against the Tar Heels.
Obviously, Brent, the key to get it in is shot clock off. North Carolina has the arrow in their favor, both teams in 1-1. And Oklahoma in straight man-to-man.
Fox wants it punched into him. Could not get the pass. They press the ball. Rice, and the coverage fouled him.
As Dean Smith was trying to call timeout, he could not get the timeout call, and the foul was committed right in front of him. He smiles when he couldn't get any of his players to get the timeout signal.
And another one going down to the final agonizing seconds out in Seattle between Louisville and Ball State.
Rice had a chance on those technical fouls to shoot two, missed both. He's 0 for 2 from the line, both on those technical fouls.
Timeout has been called. Let's check in with Jim Nance.
All right, Brent, the action is intense everywhere. Louisville and Ball State. Ball State had a 17-point lead in this ball game, but right now there is a timeout. 29 seconds to go in that one in Salt Lake City. Louisville has the basketball and trails by 2, 62-60. Again, they've trimmed a 17-point deficit down to 2. 29 seconds left, a timeout on the floor. We'll keep you posted on that. Meanwhile, the 1 seed in the Southeast, Michigan State leading by 10 over Cal Santa Barbara. That one with 1 minute left in the game in Knoxville. Meantime, right now, let's get the finish at Austin. Back to Brent and Billy.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. And the situation here in Austin, Texas, King Rice will move up to the free throw line, shooting 1-1 for the Tar Heels. Oklahoma with a 1-point lead in this game.
Well, Brent, as we pointed out, King Rice been to the line 1 time today, and that was on the technical foul. It's called down the other end on Martin. He missed both of those. And, of course, Billy Tubbs wanting to take as much time as possible here to make Rice think about it. We talk about a young man that's been maligned throughout the course of this year and took a lot of the abuse as the fact that Carolina might not have reached the status that they're accustomed to. So he has a chance really to redeem himself here.
What a moment for the young man out of Binghamton, New York. He's a junior. He was a sensational high school quarterback, and now with the band almost directly behind him, he'll come up with the 2 biggest free throws of his career. It'll only be 2 if he hits the front edge. Tied. The key thing that Dean has reminded the Tar Heels about is they got 10 seconds. They're going to have to play defense after this, regardless of what happens here.
Plenty of time for Oklahoma.
Score tied. North Carolina ball. 8 seconds left in regulation.
And Dean Smith will take a timeout. And Brent, this is why he and most top coaches like to save those timeouts.
And let's check in again with Jim Nance. Jim?
The update on Salt Lake. Let's go there right now. Felton Spencer just missed a chance to tie it. It went out of bounds. Ball State has it We're inside of 10 seconds to go in that one. Let's go to Tim Brandt and Lynn Elmore with the update.
Chandler Thompson gets...
I want to welcome those of you who have been watching Oklahoma and North Carolina here at the John Huntsman Center in Salt Lake City, second round of the West region. And we have an upset in the making. Ball State, the number 12 seed, against Louisville, the number 4 seed. Ball State led by as many as 17 with just 13 minutes left in the ball game. Louisville has put on a charge, come back, pulled within 2. Now with 7 seconds remaining, the biggest rebound perhaps of the game. Chandler Thompson pulled it down for Ball State. 7 seconds remain, and he was fouled. Tim Brandt and Len Elmore.
All right, Tim Brandt, hold on. Let's get back to Austin now. Final 8 seconds between Carolina and the 1 seed Oklahoma. All tied 77. 8 seconds to go. Tar Heels with the basketball. Brent and Billy, take it away.
They don't know where to turn next, do they, Billy?
Well, Chandler Thompson, remember Rick Majerus telling me last year during the NCAA tournament when his team was playing so well, he said, Billy, I've got a guy holding out. This is before he went to Utah by the name of Chandler Thompson. Is the best player I ever recruited, including the guys at Marquette.
All right, our stage here in Austin. 8 seconds left in regulation. North Carolina and Oklahoma tied. The Tar Heels with the ball. Oklahoma, the number 1 seed, and Carolina came in an 8th seed. Rick Fox has been the big weapon with 21 points for Carolina, and Patterson will take him on the inbounds pass. They'll come through Davis, and he'll come to Fox. Fox comes down the baseline and hits it. Carolina wins it. Carolina upsets OU.
Now let's take it quickly now to Salt Lake City. Final seconds. Louisville trying to tie or win it.
Louisville lived with what they'd done so well all year, and that's instead of calling a timeout, run the open floor. They get a good shot at the basket, but this was not their day.
Of all people to get the last shot, Sullivan was 1 for 8 today. Dick Hunsaker in his first year.
He doesn't look like he believes it.
Ball State now goes to 26 and 6. It'll be Ball State and UNLV Friday night in Oakland. So for Len Elmore, I'm Tim Brandt saying so long from Salt Lake City. Once again, the final score, 62-60, Ball State. The Chevrolet players of the game, Chandler Thompson for Ball State and Jerome Harmon from Louisville. This has been a presentation of CBS Sports, home of the 1990 NCAA Basketball Championship.
All right, Tim Brandt and folks, can you believe it? Size them up. 2 glass slippers coming just seconds apart. A 1 seed ousted in the Midwest. Oklahoma is out of here, and the 4 seed in the West, Louisville, is eliminated, Mike.
When you look at it, Jim, Rick Fox, a fantastic game, and Dean Smith, an 8 seed for the first time. Going back to 1979, they had never been lower than a 3 seed. Kind of a dangerous 8 seed.
What's this now? 10 straight years, North Carolina into the Sweet 16. The ACC still unscathed in this tournament. 7-0. All 5 teams from the ACC still alive. 2 have advanced on to the Sweet 16 today. Clemson and North Carolina. Meanwhile, the Big 8, both Missouri, Kansas State, those 2 were ousted first round. Now another one today, Oklahoma, leaving only Kansas from this conference that was so powerful all season long.
Those three teams at the top all year. Now, of course, as you said, Kansas, the only team left out of the Big Eight, and Louisville goes down also.
All right, Mike. So UNLV will face Ball State on Friday in Oakland in the West, and North Carolina will await the winner of the Dayton-Arkansas game. Michigan State just the final seconds in that one, and it's an 11-point lead. As the 1 seed there is going to move on, the Spartans will move on to the Sweet 16. Meanwhile, again, it's the Tar Heels moving on. 79-77, Rick Fox the hero. Let's go back to Austin and back to Brent and Billy.
Just a marvelous sequence of events unfolded here in Austin, Texas, with North Carolina, an 8th seed, dumping the #1 ranked team in the country and the #1 seed. After a Dean Smith timeout, it was Fox cutting over to the right and getting daylight. He then, after a brief fake, came down the baseline and hit the layup. 23 points, but none bigger than that winning field goal there. And Dean Smith will now go to the final 16 for the 10th straight time. An unbelievable job here this afternoon in Austin by the Tar Heels. Their big men had fouled out of the game. Williams and Lynch were gone, and somehow the Tar Heels prevailed, and Billy Packers with Dean Smith. Billy?
Coach, that has to be one of the favorite games for this ball club that you've ever had in your coaching career.
It really was special. I was so sorry for Scott Williams, who struggled. He was trying so hard, and I told him, let's win this so Scott will have a chance to come back. And what a great group. I told you I was happy with them all year, but I begged them in half, hey, do one thing for me. And I got on my knees and said, win.
Not often you ask for that. This win means a lot of things. Number one, for the first time in history of basketball, North Carolina passed Kentucky in the all-time winning. It puts you into the final 16 for 10 straight years, which is a feat that may never be duplicated again. And when I look at all the subtle things that both you and Billy did today, you know, he starts out in the man, he goes to zone, causes you problems.
We brought the old 4 corners down.
That's right. And in the last play of the game, I talked to Rick Fox earlier. He said that it was set up for him, but of course you have other options as well. What was going through your mind on it to set up that last 8 seconds?
Well, I thought that we would get a good shot. I told him if it doesn't go as planned, no worry. You know, we can get it into Kevin or Pete. King was to come from out of bounds and set that screen, and Hubert get him the ball. And I had to remind him right before he went out. I said, Rick, we don't need 3. We only need 1. Exactly. So he took it to the basket.
On their 1-3-1 trap, when you move King Rice into the foul line so he could distribute off of that, I thought it was a subtle move that really changed things around, because in the first half, in the 1-3-1, you had a lot of problems.
We sure did. That's when we went to 4 corners. That's what we were playing there. King was the middle of the 4 corners.
Going back to the 60s.
Yeah. Or still 4 and 70s.
Well, we're going to take it back to Brent. Congratulations.
Thank
a tremendous win for your ball club.
We're very happy for them.
Brent?
All right, Billy, thank you. And so North Carolina will move on to Dallas, where they will take on the winner of our next game here, Dayton and Arkansas. Now, our Chevrolet players of this game, no question about North Carolina. Rick Fox, 23 points, including the winning basket. And for Oklahoma, William Davis played a great game here today, 22 points and 14 rebounds. For Billy Packer, I'm Brent Musburger, and right now let's send you to New York and Jim Nance. Jim?
All right, well, thank you, Brent. What a great stretch of basketball today in the tournament. Just a great stretch of basketball. And again, North Carolina moves on. Ball State a winner. And Mike, with the 1 seed ousted now, what does this mean for the Midwest?
Well, you look at Arkansas on the other side of that bracket, waiting to play Dayton. That game coming up in a couple of minutes. And on the bottom side, the Hoyas of Georgetown are still there.
All right, the difference in the UCSB game was only 4, 62-58. Michigan State won it. Some technical free throws down the stretch and a late bucket by the Gauchos made the difference, only 4, but the Spartans the 1 seed in the Sweet 16. Right now, let's get the report from Salt Lake City, where again, the Cardinals over the Cardinals. Ball State over Louisville, 2 schools just 150 miles apart, playing in Salt Lake City. Calling the action out there today, Tim Brandt and Lynn Elmore, and let's go out and hear from them right now. Timmy?
Another upset here in the West. Ball State, the number 12 seed, upsets Louisville 62-60. Here's the last desperation shot by Everett Sullivan, and it was over. Ball State wins it, and we're joined now by 2 of the stars and, of course, the coach. There he is, Dick Hunsaker, and what a job he did his first year at Ball State. Comes back here where he played at Weber State, coached at Weber State. Your reaction?
You know, just what a dream, what a thrill to come back. We had the MAC tournament in Cobo Hall in Detroit, where a lot of our kids are from, and they had a great homecoming, and what a time to come back and play in front of your friends and family.
Dick, you had a 17-point lead with 13 minutes to go. Louisville made a tremendous charge. What did you tell your team during those timeouts?
Well, during those timeouts where they were making the runs at us, you know, we said, you know, if we were, you know, before the game with 10 to go, if we were up by 10 at that time, hey, we'd be great. You know, we'd be happy, and the kids really picked their heads up. And then we took the timeout about 2, and it went over the same type thing. We got 2 to go, we're up by 4. You know, that's right where you want to be. What are we talking, you know, down? This is Louisville. This is Final 16 time. And the kids really maintained their poise, their composure through that time, played through it, and ultimately our defense, when it was only fitting that they were to miss the last-second shot, because the defense is what kept us here all year.
Lenny's with 2 of the stars. Len?
Okay, on my right, it's Paris McCurdy. And Paris, you heard Coach talk about poise and confidence. When Louisville made its run, did you feel that any of those things were shaken?
Not at all. With our guys, I mean, we all have poise, and we don't back down to anyone. And during those timeouts, Coach was just stressing poise throughout, you know, duration until we went back on the floor. So I knew we would come out and just keep our poise and play good ball.
On my left-hand side is Chandler Thompson. And Chandler, coming down the stretch there, Louisville made its run. There's some good defensive plays, but what was going through your mind as the last play developed?
Well, we're just trying to stop them from scoring and get the rebound and take the ball and hold on to it tight and get a foul, and that's one of the things we've done.
Do you think you're a Cinderella team?
You can say that.
All right, back to you, Tim.
All right, Lenny, congratulations, guys. Take a look at the brackets then in the West, because UNLV moved on earlier today with a win over Ohio State. Ball State beats Louisville. It'll be UNLV and Ball State in Oakland Friday night. Once again, 62-60 the final. Let's go back to New York.
All right, Tim. We'll say it. They're definitely a Cinderella, a 12 seed making it to the Sweet 16. The last 12 seed to make it that far, Wyoming, in 1987. Now, we'll be topping off the day with another set of games. Many will get the LSU-Georgia Tech game. The winner of that one will face Michigan State. And then Dayton, Arkansas will go to other parts of the country. Of course, we'll be updating both games. But right now, we're going to take a break, come back, put the day in perspective as we continue on the road to the Final Four after this word from your local station.
The hell have you been? This CBS.
2 games to go today in the second round action, and both sites now warming up. Teams on the court will be going to the play as soon as it gets underway. Again, the games you'll see, most will see LSU against Georgia Tech, Chris Jackson against Kenny Anderson. That should be quite a showdown in the Southeast. Others will watch Dayton against Arkansas. While we have a chance, let's run down tomorrow's lineup. It all starts at 12 noon Eastern. The whole nation will watch St. John's against Duke, that one in the East. Actually, the West Coast will not get that game between St. John's and Duke. You'll be joining us for the next part of our triple header, and you'll get a later game as well. Let me explain. At the second round action at 2 o'clock Eastern, Virginia, Syracuse. Others will watch Texas against Purdue in the Midwest, and UCLA, Kansas in the East region. And then the late games, Loyola Marymount against the defending champions, Michigan. That's in the West. Xavier against Georgetown in the Midwest. And Minnesota against Northern Iowa. Minnesota and Northern Iowa from the Southeast. Now, here's what I was talking about for the West Coast. You'll be getting the late game, Alabama and Arizona. That goes to the West Coast and the state of Alabama only. So that's the lineup for tomorrow. And by the end of tomorrow, we'll have the second round complete. Mike, a thought on Loyola Marymount. So impressive last night with all that pressure going against Michigan.
What a compelling matchup. A great story with Loyola, the death of Hank Gathers, going against the defending national champions. The thing that I really look at, Jim, is can Loyola play that pace against a Michigan team that has so much talent and will love to play that open floor game?
I got to give you credit. You gave North Carolina a shot in this game. Rick Fox hit the game winner. What were your thoughts?
I thought if they could keep it under control, really execute in the half court, take care of the basketball, they could get things done. And again, Dean Smith teams, the way he coaches teams should never be overlooked. He's always a threat, and he pulled it off today.
He sure did. Back to the Sweet 16, 10th straight year for the Tar Heels. We're going to take a timeout and then come back, go through the highlights and scores from today. 6 finals are in, 6 teams in the Sweet 16 as we move on the road to the Final Four. New York, a 1 seed and a 4 seed. Falling simultaneously, Oklahoma out of the Midwest and Louisville in the West. Mike, put this in perspective for us.
We talked about this tournament being wide open, even bigger than ever before. Now, when you look at it, we've already lost 4 of the top 16 seeds. 9 haven't even played yet in the second round. Last year, 13 of 16 advanced to the Sweet 16. So what you're seeing is more and more parity, more competitive ball games.
No question. The first 1 seed to fall again, the Sooners. North Carolina beats them 79-77. What a compelling ball game this was from the Superdrum in Austin. And Rick Fox won it here. If you just joined us, this was the shot that won it down the stretch. Watch number 44, blue uniform. Here he is driving. Fox puts it up off the glass. He had 23 points, the game winner. And the Tar Heels move on to the Sweet 16. As we take a look at the grid now from the Midwest, Oklahoma losing to North Carolina, and the Tar Heels are going on to Dallas. They'll be in Dallas in the next round, facing the winner of the Dayton, Arkansas game, which will be starting in just a few moments. All right, Michigan State and Cal Santa Barbara. And in this game, Cal Santa Barbara shot only 32% from the floor. Michigan State led by about 10 points almost throughout the game until the final seconds. UCSB made it close. Let's pick up the final seconds. The call of that game, Brad Nessler, Tommy Heinsohn were there for us.
Clyde Lovellette lost the championship for the University of Kansas when they went into Jam 1 with 2 seconds, 3 seconds left to go, and they lost.
Wow. This is now a 6-point game, if you can believe it. Hart. The 3 almost went. Gray will follow. Out of timeouts, the Gauchos. And Michigan State's going to hang on to it. No basket, but the Spartans still win. And it got a little scary for Judd Heathcote.
Michigan State wins it behind another big game. Steve Smith, 21 points, held Eric MacArthur, the man we had been touting earlier today, to only 8 points. And it's a 4-point win. Michigan State will now face the winner of that LSU-Georgia Tech game, which is coming up in Knoxville. Mike, some thoughts now on LSU-Georgia Tech.
Well, a lot of talent. You know what, Kenny Anderson versus Chris Jackson. You have the 3 guys who can score from the perimeter for Georgia Tech, the big guys for LSU. If you like a game that'll be up in the 90s with a lot of talent on the floor, this is it.
You know I'm looking forward to this one. Lethal Weapon 3 for Georgia Tech. In the West, the other Cinderella story joining the Tar Heels as Cinderella. It was, well, let's tell you, Ball State won. First of all, Ball State a 62-60 win against Louisville. And the first one out there in Salt Lake City today, West Region action, it was UNLV winning by 11, 76-65. The 1 seed out there, the Running Rebels advance on. And, hey, James Buster Douglas was there cheering on the Buckeyes, trying to see another heavyweight upset perhaps in the making. And on this drive and dunk, pretty impressive, Jimmy Jackson, the freshman of the year in the Big Ten, kept them close. In fact, the game was tied at 43 in the second half. Larry Johnson, junior college transfer, and many consider one of the college players of the year, helped UNLV win it. Comments after the game.
It was a win. It's a good win. I'm glad to get the win and go home.
All right. So the Shark move it on to the round of 16, the Sweet 16. UNLV, Ball State. An early thought on that game, Mike?
Well, the Shark, I'm sure, was expecting to see Louisville there. Now he gets Ball State, so he'll complain all week about having to play a Cinderella squad and how good Ball State is. But again, big break for UNLV. So
it'll be UNLV and Ball State from Oakland on Friday. Sweet 16 action on Friday. Clemson, what a comeback today. 79-75 victory over LaSalle, down by as many as 19 in the first half. The rest of the way, the final 22 minutes, the Tigers outscored the Explorers 57-34. Took the lead with 8 minutes to go in the game. Dale Davis, 15 points in the second half, 26 in all. Clemson, the ACC regular season champs, moves on as a 5 seed in the East over the 4 seed LaSalle. Now, earlier today, the first game we had, UConn, the 1 seed in the East, 20-point victory over the Cal Golden Bears. In fact, the Bears scored the first bucket. It was 2-0, then 17 unanswered points by the Huskies to win it 74-54. Last time in the Sweet 16 for Connecticut, 1976 when it lost to the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. That team with Phil Sellers and Mike Dabney, they beat them before going on to the Final Four and losing. But UConn, anyway, back in the Sweet 16 since 76, first time since then, facing Clemson. And this is Thursday action, East Regional semifinals from the Meadowlands. And, Mike, I've got to think you know, playing in Hartford, you got to face it, big advantage for UConn.
Sure was.
This will be another one. This will be another one at the Meadowlands, don't you believe?
It will be, and for Clemson, they have to take care of the basketball against UConn. UConn will turn you over. They'll steal the basketball. That's how they score their points. Everything predicated off defense. Which Clemson team will we see? The one in the second half that was great, or the one that struggled Thursday and in the first half today against LaSalle?
Yeah, I don't think they can sleepwalk through another first half and get away with it. All right, we're going to have an update on the baseball situation as we continue here on CBS in just a moment. I'm going to send you out to Knoxville or Austin as we continue on the road to the Final Four. Stay with us.
In Knoxville, Tennessee, where Michigan State Spartans have already advanced with a win over the Gauchos of UC Santa Barbara to meet LSU or Georgia Tech next week in the Sweet 16 in New Orleans. Tonight from the SEC, the Tigers of LSU against Bobby Cremen's Yellow Jackets of Georgia Tech. And hi again, everybody. I'm Brad Nessler along with Tommy Heinsohn. Welcome to Knoxville. Tommy, LSU and Georgia Tech tonight. LSU, so many people had such high expectations for this club at the beginning of the year, and Bobby Cremen's Yellow Jackets seem to be peaking at the right time.
Well, I think this is going to be one of those go-go games. Very, very fun to watch. You're going to see a lot of up-tempo basketball. Chris Jackson may have been a distracted player this week because awful lot of things being written about him turning professional. He has had to shoulder the load in his freshman year, not now. They've had two great additions to that team, two 7-footers, the freshman Shaquille O'Neal and Stanley Roberts, the other 7-footer. So it's not just a speed team, but it's a beef team too. Going to be a tough matchup for Georgia Tech.
That's the threesome for LSU. Georgia Tech has a threesome of their own. In fact, it's lethal weapon 3. And we're talking about Dennis Scott, Brian Oliver, and Kenny Anderson. A senior, a junior, and a sophomore. They combine for the majority of Georgia Tech's offense and have all season long. Scott, the leading scorer in the ACC this past season. And all of them right around 20 or above all year long. But Brian Oliver is the question mark coming into this game. Oliver suffered a stress fracture in his ankle earlier in the season. He's played through the pain, and Thursday in Georgia Tech's first-round game, he wasn't very effective. And, Tommy, I've got to think he has to be more effective tonight if Tech's going to run.
He is very key in their fast break attack. He's their finisher, the guy that gets out first on a fast break to go with Kenny Anderson. Dennis Scott comes up behind the play, hits threes. But without that finish man, you can afford to change your defense a little bit. He's also supposed to be the key guy to go out and try and do a job on Chris Jackson.
Well, both these coaches are impressed with the others club. In fact, Dale Brown really likes what Bobby Cremen's team has to offer.
They've got a dynamite team. I think that they're as good a shooting team from the perimeter as I've seen, and of course a great playmaker. And I wouldn't think it would be a 40-39 game. I think it'd be an upbeat game.
We have to run. It's part of our personality. And we just can't take away such an important part of our personality as our running game.
This one has the makings of a triple-digit affair. LSU's Tigers, Georgia Tech's Yellow Jackets. We'll have it in a moment. The nightlights of Knoxville, Tennessee, and the calm of the city about to focus inside Thompson Bowling Arena for a second-round matchup in the Southeast Regional between the Tigers of LSU and the Yellow Jackets of Georgia Tech. Let's go to Haywood Harris, our PA announcer, and meet our starting lineups.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Thompson Bowling Arena in Knoxville, Tennessee for tonight's Southeast Regional second-round game between the LSU Tigers and the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. And now let's meet the starting lineups. For LSU at forward, a 6'7" sophomore from Natchez, Mississippi, number 24, Burnell Singleton. For Georgia Tech at forward, a 6'8" junior from Reston, Virginia, number 4, Dennis Scott. For LSU at forward, a 7-foot sophomore from Hopkins, South Carolina, number 53, Stanley Roberts. For Georgia Tech at forward, a 6'10 freshman from Chattanooga, Tennessee, number 32, Malcolm Mackey. For LSU at center, a 7'1 freshman from San Antonio, Texas, number 33, Shaquille O'Neal. For Georgia Tech at center, a 6'9 senior from High Point, North Carolina, number 44, Johnny McNeil. For LSU at guard, a 6-foot sophomore from New Haven, Connecticut, number 10, Maurice Williamson. For Georgia Tech at guard, a 6'4 senior from Smyrna, Georgia, number 13, Brian Oliver. For LSU at guard, a 6'1 sophomore from Gulfport, Mississippi, number 35, Chris Jackson. And for Georgia Tech at guard, a 6'2 freshman from Rego Park, New York, number 12, Kenny Anderson. And introducing the head coaches for LSU in his 18th season, Dale Brown. For Georgia Tech in his 9th season, Bobby Crimmins.
A matching of wits, a matching of great point guards and high scorers. LSU and Georgia Tech. We've got it next. Bowling Arena, round 2 of the Southeast Regional. Ted Valentine, Ted Hillary, and Tom Clark are our officials tonight, and we're set for LSU and Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech, the tournament champions of the ACC. LSU comes in 23-8. Georgia Tech 25-6. Burnell Singleton and Malcolm Mackey have us underway, and LSU will control.
LSU, I think, has really got a two-net inside game. And Georgia Tech is going to have to be worried about their inside people getting in foul trouble. Big key for them. Keep their bigs out of foul trouble.
Dennis Scott, the ACC's leading scorer, around a Mackey pick. And now Kenny Anderson, the sensational freshman, will set it at the point for Georgia Tech. Here's Scott around a pick. Lost the handle. Last touch by LSU.
Dale Brown's plan on Dennis Scott is to use two people over the course of the game, use up his fouls if need be, and probably force him into the paint to their two shot blockers.
And they can block the shots. O'Neal and Roberts, both over 7 feet tall, and they fill up a lot of the lane. Anderson tried to feed it in low. Burnell Singleton does a nice job of fronting Scott.
He's their main man, and he was quite effective inside and outside in their first round game.
Georgia Tech has to be aware there's only 11 seconds on the shot clock as they inbound. I don't know if Kenny Anderson's aware of that or not, Tommy. Well, he is now. Mackey got the rebound. His hook.
How well he does against the Great Wall of China. That's what I call those two big guys from LSU, the Great Wall of China.
Tech wants to pull the defense out and really defend the perimeter. That might be the key tonight as Shaquille O'Neal ties it up.
Well, they have a size advantage at one of those with one of those two guys. Mackey can hold his own with one of them, but McNeil much smaller.
And Burnell Singleton picks up the first foul of the ball game, trying to hang with Dennis Scott. He'll have his hands full.
Fouls on Singleton. His first, team first.
North Carolina's advanced to the Sweet 16, an upset over Oklahoma. Michigan State here in the Southeast region held on for a win. UNLV already in. Ball State by 2 over Louisville. They continue their Cinderella story. Dennis Scott outside. Brian Oliver somehow got a rebound over the tall timber and had it stuffed back in his face. Chris Jackson and Malcolm Mackey has done well early. Scott pulls up all alone. What a brick on a three-pointer, and Oliver again, and
Georgia Tech wants to do is really up-tempo this game. You're going to see the block right now by the Great Wall of China, at least one of them. That's the West Wall right here. And the other one coming in and swatting it away. But that's what you really have to be alert to, is underneath, you will not get a shot 5 feet from the basket. So up it and kick it back out.
Two of Georgia Tech's top shooters have started off a little bit tight here. Brian Oliver misses a free throw, and Dennis Scott already 0 for 2 from the field. Oliver finds it with the second one, and Georgia Tech back in front by a point. Tech with a little backcourt pressure. It's got LSU bothered, but Jackson gets into the front court.
LSU has been bothered with pressure defense most of the year, and you wouldn't think that would happen with Chris Jackson and Williamson in the backcourt.
Chris Jackson for 3.
You cannot back off him.
So quick on the release, and it's 5-3 LSU. Great entry pass by Anderson to Scott. Scott had it blocked by O'Neal. Roberts on the other end. In the paint. Scott's foul on the other end. No. Scott picks up the foul.
After the basket, quick inbound pass, and Scott was open, but boy, did those two pachyderms from LSU, the big guys, hustle down and get there to help create the charge.
It's going to be interesting to see how much Georgia Tech starts adjusting their shots after what's happened here in the first 3 minutes. LSU by 4. Jackson again, same spot. No good this time. Scott lost it. It'll be LSU ball. Dayton trying to pull off the upset over Arkansas. They've already done it to Illinois. Earlier, Connecticut by 20 as the Huskies, the #1 seed, advance. Clemson's Twin Towers inside a winner over LaSalle. Williamson, 3 with the right hand, followed by Singleton.
Pass break of Georgia Tech really not working right now, as the inside people of LSU have taken it away, and their offense has been perking.
Brian Oliver for 3, short. Williamson and Jackson bringing it up. Williamson flies in. Bobby Cremins might need a timeout. His team trails by 8.
LSU was the team that elected to run with Loyola of Marymount and beat them at their own game.
Johnny McNeil in low, lost the handle, turnover Georgia Tech.
Going to see the fast break off the rebound, and once it gets into the guard's hands, Chris Jackson, off the wing they go. The little guy, not much of a finisher. Williamson can't get up and stop it, but boy, is he fast to the hoop.
LSU's jumped out on Georgia Tech 11-3, just about 4 minutes into the ball game. Williamson down in to Shaquille O'Neal. Off the glass.
Now they're just shooting right over the top of the Tech players right now. O'Neal is not nearly big enough.
Malcolm Mackey has Georgia Tech's only field goal. He's got the ball on top. McNeil got O'Neal in the air. Had it blocked by Roberts.
Wow.
15:34 to go first half, and Georgia Tech in a big hole early. Nice offensive rebound, and he's fouled. 1:41 to go in the half. 41-36. Johnny McNeil picks up his second personal. Georgia Tech can ill afford to get their big men in foul trouble because they don't have any type of depth. Mackey and McNeil each with 2.
Mackey's been playing for a freshman rather smart himself. Even though he got beat on that rebound by O'Neal, he played him the way you're supposed to play him. He didn't go for the rebound himself. He just tried to contain O'Neal. You don't get in foul trouble that way.
Singleton misses the first of 2. And the second as well. 1:30 now remaining first half. Scott posted up low. How many shots has Dennis Scott had go in and out? Kenny Anderson. This is as close as Georgia Tech has been in a long time. Anderson played for the steal.
His third.
1:05 to go in the half. James Munlin checks in for Georgia Tech. Johnny McNeil will get a breather. Singleton will go to the free throw line. We welcome our viewers from the Dayton, Arkansas game to Thompson Bowling Arena in Knoxville, Tennessee, where LSU jumped all over Georgia Tech and led by 17. But Georgia Tech has dwindled it down to 41-38 with 1:05 to go in the half.
Well, what happened was that Georgia Tech tried to attack the two big guys, take the ball inside, Shaquille O'Neal and Stanley Roberts, and they were eating them up alive with blocking shots. Georgia Tech has become a little bit more discreet, shooting on the outside, their normal game.
Dennis Scott over O'Neal. That's an air ball. Had to adjust the three-point shot. Chris Jackson's going to bring it down against Carl Brown. Offensive foul on Jackson. Again, Georgia Tech had the first field goal of the game, and then LSU just took over. And there you see what they've shot. Georgia Tech's been ice cold. They've helped themselves with offensive rebounds. Shaquille O'Neal, 15 points and 4 blocks. Chris Jackson, only 5 points. And Bobby Cremen's Yellow Jackets are going to feel like they are Irish lucky if they can go into the locker room only down a point, and they're going to play for the final shot.
Well, Georgia Tech got back into this ball game primarily because Dale Brown was forced to take one of his big guys out, those two pyramids. And I think that's when Georgia Tech started to get their running game going, and they crawled back into it. Now this little guy outside, as a freshman, he's taking charge.
Shot clock is off. That's the game clock until halftime down in the corner of your screen. Kenny Anderson penetrates. Got it off the glass. Jackson, not much time. Singleton at the buzzer. Bobby Cremen's Yellow Jackets somehow found a way to fight back in, and they trailed Dale Brown's LSU Tigers by only 1. End of the first half. The score, LSU 41, Georgia Tech 40. CBS Sports coverage of NCAA Basketball Championship will continue after this message and a word from your local station.
CBS Sports coverage of the NCAA Basketball Championship is sponsored by Apple Computer. The power to be your best. The Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. And by Budweiser, the king of beers. Remember, know when to say when.
Well, Lethal Weapon 3 fights back from 17 down, pulls within 1 at the half in Knoxville, 41-40. As we bring you back to our studios, again, St. Patrick's Day greetings to you. Jim Nance along with Mike Francesa. A 1-point game there, and a similar story in the game that's taking place in Austin. A big comeback right before the half, turned in by the Arkansas Razorbacks. They scored the final 11 points of the first half to tie up the Dayton Flyers 42-42. What about that game, Mike? How did they come back?
Arkansas settled down. They had turned the ball over a lot early in the game. Remember one thing, Nolan Richardson has to be happy at the half. His star, Lee Mayberry, no points in the first half, averages 15 a game.
Okay, we'll look for that in the second half. We'll be updating that game, of course, throughout the second half of LSU Georgia Tech. In the meantime, we continue on the baseball front. Jim Gray has been standing by the last 2 days at the Summit Hotel here in New York. Right now, he stands by with some interested baseball players about the lockout. Let's go to Jim right now.
Well, Jim, we're standing by with some of the negotiating members. 26 of them, the player reps, just finished meeting with Union Chief Don Fear. They have decided to support the union, continue that support. They do not accept the owner's latest proposal. Why not, Oral? What was wrong with that proposal? Well, the main reason was, of course, the salary arbitration gap has not been bridged, and the other issues have not been bridged. The whole negotiations have always been narrowed down to salary arbitration, and it's really not true. Some of the other issues have not been solved. The minimum, the rosters, collusion language, all different things across the board have not been solved. But the whole push from the owner's side and most of the media was trying to narrow this to one issue, and it really hasn't been one issue the whole time. It's been a multitude of issues. Well, with that multitude of issues, apparently now, Paul Molitor, there is a lot more to be solved. Do you have a crystal ball? It seems like April 2nd is totally unreasonable, isn't it?
Well, it does seem that way. I don't know how that could possibly happen at this time. Like Oral said, we don't look down on the fact that they did make some significant offers in certain areas. However, the one main problem area for the players being the 2 to 3 player category, and since that was not addressed, it wasn't a very difficult decision for our board to reject their latest proposal.
Also joining us is Dave Winfield. Dave, I want to ask you, how many clubs and how many player reps urged the union to take the current proposal?
I'll tell you what, with the 26 there, you don't have any sign of that. There are people, when you have 700 and some odd people, it's hard to have 100% of the people behind it. But overall, and the people who are, they have expressed confidence in the negotiating team, Don Fear, and the proposals just were not quite adequate.
Seems to be no reason for optimism, is there?
Well, you always have optimism that something can be resolved, and I'm sure in the short run or the long run, there will be a conclusion and there will be baseball this year. I feel that way personally, but we haven't reached that point yet.
Looks like it's going to be the long run, Jim Nance.
All right, well, Jim Gray, thank you. Here's a Big Ten score that Dave Winfield out of Minnesota might be interested in. The 1 seed in the Southeast, Michigan State over Cal Santa Barbara today, 62-58 to advance to the Sweet 16. Of course, dressed in green. Well, maybe not the fans, but the players wore green and white for Michigan State. It worked here on St. Patrick's Day, and there's the dunk by Stevens. Jerry Pimm's team tried to slow it down. Mike, not a pretty game, really.
Really wasn't. Michigan State got it done on the defensive end, held UC Santa Barbara 32% from the floor, and Eric MacArthur, who we had talked about, to just 8 points.
All right, and Michigan State now will wait to find out its next opponent. It'll be either LSU or Georgia Tech. The shocker today, well, actually, there were a couple of them. This one, though, takes precedence because Oklahoma, the first 1 seed to fall, losing at the buzzer to North Carolina, the 8 seed, down in Austin. Rick Fox firing them up from three-point range. He led the Tar Heels with 23. Oklahoma regains the lead in the final minute. After a free throw, the game is tied, closing seconds, and Brent had the call.
They'll come through Davis, and he'll come to Fox. Fox comes down the baseline and hits it. Carolina wins it. Carolina upsets OU.
What a great group. I told you I was happy with them all year, but I begged them in half, hey, do one thing for me. And I got on my knees and said, win.
He begged, he got the win, and North Carolina now moves to Dallas in the Sweet 16. 10 straight years the Tar Heels have made the round of the Sweet 16, Mike.
And when you think about it, Dean Smith, an underdog, Jim, every year we've had this tournament, he's been one of the teams to beat. Go back to 1979. Since then, they'd only been lower than a 3 seed. This year, they'd been at least a 3 every other time. So he wasn't the favorite this year, and he surprised somebody, a #1 seed
Really,
out.
a beleaguered bunch during the season, and now proving critics wrong today. All right, the other Cinderella, Ball State, a 2-point win against Louisville, 62-60. And in this game, Louisville fought back from 17 down, had a shot to win it at the buzzer. A 3-point try from Everett Sullivan, misfiring at the buzzer. There's Rick Majerus, the former Ball State coach who's now out at Utah and watched on the floor out there at Utah as his former team went in front. What a great slam by Chandler Thompson. Here's the shot at the end. Sullivan's shot misfiring, and Dick Hunsaker, the coach now at Ball State, moves on.
Tremendous amount of heart. We competed for 40 minutes. They made run after run after run at us. We kept them at bay. You know, what can you say about the courage of these kids to hang in against that team? And, you know, what a moment. What can you say? Final 16.
Final 16, here they come. Ball State will now go against UNLV, the 1 seed out there, victorious over Ohio State as the Buckeyes lose for the 4th straight time in the tournament in the second round. UNLV opened up midway in the second half. Clemson again comes from 19 down to win today against LaSalle, knocking off the 4th seed in the East. Next up for the Clemson Tigers, the Big East bunch from Connecticut, 20-point win over California. The Bears scored the first 2 points, then Connecticut scored 17 unanswered and really was never threatened thereafter. Tomorrow, here's the lineup. St. John's and Duke at 12 Eastern time. All the country gets this except for the West Coast, and then 3 games follow this one up. Check your local listings, but it'll be either Virginia-Syracuse, that's a Southeast region game, Texas against Purdue in the Midwest, UCLA-Kansas, that is an East Coast matchup, East region matchup. And then it's Loyola-Marymount against Michigan, the defending national champions. Most will get this game from the West region. It's Xavier against Georgetown out of the Midwest, as the Midwest now opens up with the Oklahoma loss, and Northern Iowa against Minnesota. And that Northern Iowa team that beat Missouri now moves on and plays Minnesota tomorrow. That's the late action here on CBS. Now, for those of you in the West Coast and in the state of Alabama, you'll get another game. It's Alabama against Arizona. That will close it out, second round, as we move on the road to the Final Four. All right, we're getting set for the second half back in Knoxville. It's Georgia Tech and LSU, a one-point game. We'll return in just a moment.
140. Welcome back to Knoxville. Brad Nessler and Tommy Heinsohn. Tommy, I got to think the Yellow Jackets are real lucky it's only a one-point game right now.
Well, I think they made the transition. LSU had to take one of those big guys out. That's when they made their run. They had great difficulty doing it against the 2 big guys.
Well, the big guys helped the points in the paint for LSU, that's for sure. You see 15-point difference for LSU in that area. 3-point shooting, each club with a couple. O'Neal and Anderson, the leading scorers. Kenny Anderson and Shaquille O'Neal, both freshmen, and they're leading their clubs in scoring. CBS Sports coverage of NCAA Basketball Championship will continue after this message and a word from your local station.
NCAA Basketball Championship is sponsored by the new generation of Oldsmobile, official car for the NCAA Basketball Championship. Gillette and the revolutionary Gillette sensor shaving system. Gillette, the best a man can get. And by Mass Mutual. At Mass Mutual, we help you keep your promises.
Thompson Bowling Arena in Knoxville, Tennessee. Round 2 of the Southeast Regional, and LSU holds a 1-point lead over Georgia Tech. LSU had a 17-point lead at one stage in the first half, and Bobby Cremins' Yellow Jackets fought back into it. It's been a game of runs. LSU had a 22-5 run to start the game. Georgia Tech came back in the next 6 minutes with an 18-6 run and then scored a 9-4 edge on LSU in the final 3 minutes. And that, coupled with missed free throws by the Tigers, has Georgia Tech back in it.
LSU is in a zone right now, mainly to protect their big guys.
Here's McCamackie on the baseline. Singleton last touched it. It'll be Georgia Tech ball. Dayton and Arkansas playing right now, and a tough one. As Dayton has led much of that game, Arkansas is inched in front in the second half.
You know, when you play a team like Princeton that slows you down and makes you change things, it's hard to get back into your own ball game again, your own rhythm.
Georgia Tech leads for the first time since the beginning of the ball game. Oliver for 3.
Little pressure here, and that has been the bugaboo of LSU for several ball games.
Williamson flies in, and Roberts follows with some authority. He has 10. And now we're tied. Oliver open again. Same result.
The 1-3-1, that's giving Georgia Tech what they do best, the outside shot.
Backcourt pressure again, giving the Tigers some trouble. Watch that 10-second count. They just beat it. Williamson penetrates and is blocked by Mackey. He'll try it again. Got it back again. Finally scored. Tough little guy at 6 foot in there. Oliver spins off the glass and can't get it.
Have to be a little bit more selective.
Now they're running both ways. Blocking foul on Dennis Scott.
Going to see Williamson on the drive. Has it swatted, picks it up, finds another place to try and get it up. Not a good shot. Comes back with the rebound. Says, hey, this is my territory, right? Wrong, but right.
Finally got it.
I'm never, Red Auerbach used to say, I'm never wrong, but I'm always right.
Here's Stanley Roberts, who's done enough right to have 10 points tonight, making 11. That's his first trip to the free throw line. Dennis Scott has picked up his 3rd foul, and that's not good news for Georgia Tech. There's the double for Stanley Roberts. O'Neal and Mackey fight for that rebound, and Mackey won that battle. Might be the first time tonight he's done so.
Back to a man-to-man by LSU, it looks like, as Stanley Roberts is going to go out and play the guard. Brown.
Brown's the one guy that's not a big scoring threat for Georgia Tech, and LSU's well aware of that. Brown will take maybe 3 shots a game at most. And we got a whistle and a foul on Singleton, pushing off as Dennis Scott tried to post up on him, and that's 3 on Singleton.
Crimmon's saying to himself, hey, if he's going to play Brown, he's going to be out on the perimeter. That takes 1 shot blocker out of the vicinity. I'll try and get Scott back into that low post a little bit.
If Brown could make him pay for giving him so much room just once, it might change things. Anderson misses and O'Neal clears it. Tie game with 17:36 to go. Roberts can't connect. Mackey hangs in there and gets the rebound. Dennis Scott for 3. Didn't get the shooter's roll, not quite, and O'Neal has a 2nd straight rebound. Chris Jackson working for a shot. Leaves it off to Singleton. O'Neal doesn't get the basket, but he does draw the foul, and now Malcolm Mackey has 3 personals. Arkansas has come back to take the lead on Dayton, and that's their biggest lead of that ball game in the 2nd half in round 2 of the Midwest Regional. North Carolina's already advanced in the Midwest, and they'll meet the winner of that Dayton-Arkansas game. Carolina picking off #1 Oklahoma earlier. And that matchup would be next Thursday at Reunion Arena in Dallas. Shaquille O'Neal now is 16. Look at those numbers. 10 rebounds and 4 blocks. Missed the 2nd free throw. Dennis Scott high for the rebound. Kenny Anderson for 3.
Just ducked right behind that pick. That's a good way to get people open, is use your best scorer to set a pick every once in a while for somebody else. They never leave them.
Georgia Tech couldn't find the jump shots in the first half. This 2nd half's been a different story, and Stanley Roberts has 5 this half, 13 for the game. We're tied again. Anderson drove in where the big fellas live, and Malcolm Mackey got his miss and was fouled.
Anderson is working for the 3-pointer. Right now he's down on the ground, but you watch the pick here as Scott sets it. They're reluctant to go out and leave Scott, so that leaves us enough time for Anderson to get the shot off.
And Mackey was fouled as Shaquille O'Neal picks up his 2nd foul. Roberts has 3. O'Neal has 2. Kenny Anderson weaves in. Malcolm Mackey's open. Can't get the jumper. Here comes a 1st-team All-American, Chris Jackson. Dennis Scott crashing the boards. Basketball. 14 tourney games have already been decided by 4 points or less. We have 2 more of those going on right now tonight. Singleton has missed all his free throws tonight until that one. Tomorrow the action continues. St. John's and Duke get together in game 1. Then you see the rest of the lineup finished off by Alabama and Arizona.
Boo Harvey picked that St. John's team, put it on his shoulders, and they have responded.
Boy, if it gets down to the final seconds, put it in his hands. How many times has he won games this year? Kenny Anderson and Malcolm Mackey, 2 freshmen for Georgia Tech. Yellow Jackets lead with 3.5 minutes to go. 87-85. Brian Oliver didn't get it. Sims all alone for the rebound. LSU can tie, and they want a timeout. Dale Brown calls a timeout with 3 minutes, 22 seconds remaining in the ball game. Georgia Tech holding to an 87-85 lead. Dale Brown huddles his Tigers. who had a big lead in the first half and have seen
to New York. Again, Austin earlier today. Oklahoma lost to North Carolina. 27 seconds left in Austin in this game. Let's go to the close with Brent and Billy.
7 seconds. We welcome those of you who've been watching that great LSU-Georgia Tech game. This three by Nigel Knight has tied the Dayton Flyers with the Arkansas Razorbacks. Already in this region here today, North Carolina has ousted Oklahoma. Now in white with the ball, Arkansas. Last shot time, and Billy Packer, they've got a lot of weapons out there.
They're going into a four corners. Remember, Day is a fellow that you'd want to go ahead and take one from the outside, but I think they want Mayberry in penetration. Tell Miller to go up for the rebound.
This is Day with the ball. He is number 10. Swings inside with the top of the circle. Not there. Gets his own rebound and puts it in. 3 seconds to go. And timeout has been called by Jim O'Brien's Dayton Flyers. They're down a pair.
He's asking for one more second, but he only gets the 2.
Here is the basket. It was a great follow-up by Day on the inside. He'd had a quiet first half, but he came alive.
Friend, as I said, Day is pushing 6'9", and he can back you in from that guard position. You've got to play him out there because he's a great three-point threat, and yet he can go ahead and get the offensive rebound.
Arkansas coach Nolan Richardson over on his sideline. Now that's something at this moment, trying to balance a little cup of water. That's pretty good. Nerves over there. Now Nigel Knight for the Dayton Flyers in the first 34 minutes of this game had 8 points. And then over the last 6 minutes he scored another 8, and he's dished out 10 assists. Now Billy, 2 seconds, not much time.
Not much time. You can't go ahead and dribble it all on this play. It has to be a pass, get it up to the half-court area, and get off that shot. Certainly possible, but you can't afford to put the ball on the floor.
It's been just a great tournament, hasn't it? Northern Iowa with that marvelous upset. Ball State advancing. North Carolina.
Loyola Marymount story.
That's a great game, and all of you are going to be seeing the end of it as soon as the last 2 seconds here in regulation come to an end. Although, who knows, if Jim O'Brien can get a miracle here, we can get into overtime.
I'm surprised that they don't have credit in the game as well to get some more size in there. They're going to run the loop, it looks like, here to get Nigel Knight the ball at... Here he comes.
Howard throws it up high. Ball is free. Arkansas advances. It'll be Arkansas and North Carolina with an appointment in Dallas.
Oh, what a day in Austin. North Carolina and Arkansas win at the buzzer to move on to Dallas on Thursday. Mo Williamson hit a 3 for LSU. Chris Jackson has fouled out. Let's go back now to Brad and Tommy in Knoxville.
And we welcome you back to Thompson Bowling Arena in Knoxville, Tennessee. Southeast Regional Round 2. Georgia Tech and LSU, and what a battle this has been. You just saw a thrilling finish, and you're in for another one here with LSU leading with 2:42 to go. But Brian Oliver to try to tie it up again. Oliver has 17. Arkansas survives by 2 in the Midwest.
You know, getting back to Chris Jackson with that Tourette syndrome, he has nervous tics that at times it takes him a half an hour to lace up his sneakers, so that's why Dale Brown was saying he was so gallant.
The ball in there now with Jackson on the bench. Singleton has been a force today. So is this man, Roberts. 89-88 Georgia Tech. O'Neal is fouled. At the Southeast Regional in Knoxville, Tennessee, Brad Nessler and Tommy Heinsohn along with you. We welcome you to this Southeast Regional second round matchup where Georgia Tech has a 1-point lead with 2:18 to go. And Shaquille O'Neal about ready to go to the free throw line for Dale Brown's LSU Tigers.
It's really been the big guys of LSU pitted against the outside shooting of Georgia Tech. This guy has been absolutely fantastic in the early stages of the game, but he is saddled with 4 personal fouls right now, as is Stanley Roberts, their other 7-footer.
Georgia Tech has warmed it up in the second half from three-point land. That is what's gotten them back in the game and gotten them the lead. LSU's controlled the paint. The points in the lane have been the Tigers. And O'Neal, who's had a brilliant game, just missed his first free throw but hit his second.
Chris Jackson, their other great backcourt star for LSU, is on the bench, having fouled out.
Johnny McNeil, the big guy for Georgia Tech, has fouled out. And we're tied at 89. Dennis Scott lost the handle and is fouled by Singleton. And Singleton now in foul trouble with 4. 2 players already gone, several other players in foul trouble. Jackson out and McNeil out. Shaquille O'Neal, Stanley Roberts each with 4. Malcolm Mackey, Georgia Tech's lone remaining big man, also with 4. And Carl Brown, their defensive standout at guard, has 4. And Singleton, you saw, just got his 4th foul as he fouled Dennis Scott. Dennis Scott having a little bit of trouble from the free throw line, which is unlike him. He's only 2 for 5 from the line.
Georgia Tech was not afraid of the big guys, although in the beginning of this ballgame I thought they weren't too intelligent. They tried to attack the strength, and they really found out how strong those big guys could be by eating a lot of basketballs. But since then they've made all kinds of moves on the perimeter. Got some fast break opportunities.
Williamson had a notion from three-point range, instead drives and scores. What a second half he's had. 16 for Williamson. Kenny Anderson penetrates.
I'll tell you, it's one great play after another in this game.
At the top of the game, if you thought Tommy and I were crazy to say it might be a triple-digit game, now you know what we mean. 92-91 Georgia Tech. Roberts kicks it back out. There's a steal. Anderson is the man that did that.
Bobby Crimmins said he would mix the defense up on the big guys, collapse somebody every once in a while, get out on the guards. Causes just a little bit of confusion.
Tech wants to spread it out and use some clock. 25 on the shot clock, 53 on the game clock. As you see, Oliver, O'Neal may have gotten a piece of it. Here comes Williamson and has it knocked away from behind by Kenny Anderson. And we've got a timeout. 45 seconds to play. Georgia Tech leading LSU 92-91. Thompson Bowling Arena in Knoxville, and what a game we've had. 92-91 Georgia Tech. That's the time remaining in the corner of your screen. Georgia Tech with 2 timeouts. LSU has only 1. Neither team has fouls to give, and LSU has the possession arrow in their favor. With Tommy Heinsohn, I'm Brad Nessler. This is all it was billed to be.
Well, I think they'll obviously try and go inside. Roberts is the better offensive player off the box. Mackey with 4 personals. And if Williamson makes the feed down there and they back down with his man, Williamson may end up with the outside shot.
There's a 5-second difference on the game clock and the shot clock. The shot clock right now is at 16. LSU will have to start to make a move at about 10, and here they come.
Well, Brown will be able to stay on his man.
Williamson penetrates. Didn't get it. We're going to have a whistle and a foul underneath. Singleton is fouled out. 7 seconds to play. Georgia Tech by 1 with the ball.
Well, they went inside, and then they double-teamed, but they still left Williamson wide open. And they kicked it to him. That gave him a little momentum to go inside. It was a great move to cut him off with the pass, and here's a lot of heavy rebounding, and Singleton came over the top, which gives the ball over to Georgia Tech.
Singleton just had a brilliant game. 12 points in the second half, 20 for the ball game before fouling out with 7 seconds to go.
So Scott will be up the line.
Tommy, you and I have seen a ton of basketball games, college basketball games this year. I don't know if there's been one much better.
There has not been, because the style of play, what really fascinated me about LSU is that with those big guys, how well they run up and down the court. When they get used to playing with each other, and with Jackson, so that they really can become a formidable basketball team. It's very, very young. Did not have a leader at the start of the year. Georgia Tech has come on real strong themselves, and in this ball game they play with a tremendous amount of poise.
Tonight on CBS, it's a special rebroadcast of a 2-hour edition of Paradise, a gathering of guns. Gene Barry's Bat Masterson, Hugh O'Brien is Wyatt Earp, John Schneider, and Johnny Crawford are there. That's tonight following NCAA basketball on CBS.
You know, and this guy here kept his cool. They say he smiles all the time. And what he's really doing is, I think he's just having fun like we are.
He is.
And
it was taken for cockiness, especially in the Knoxville papers this week here at the Southeast Regional. And a lot of people thought that Dennis Scott maybe was a little too cocky and brash for his britches, but he just loves playing basketball. So does Kenny Anderson. We've had 11 ties. We've had 15 lead changes. We have 7 seconds to play. And one of the top free throw shooters from the ACC is going to go to the strike, Dennis Scott.
Well, right now, Scott obviously has to make these 2 free throws to put the game in as good a shape as he can.
And he's only 3 out of 6 so far tonight.
And
season average and 50% of the night for the 6'8" junior out of Reston, Virginia.
That's cool.
The ACC's top gun, who averaged 27.5 on the season. Second team All-American. If he hits this one, LSU needs a 3 to send it to overtime.
They got to get up on him and don't let him just advance the ball real quick.
Here's the finish. Williamson, no good. Georgia Tech makes the Sweet 16. For the first time since '85, Bobby Kremen's club makes the dance of 16. And what a game it was. Scott, 30 points. And here's how it ended.
Well, that man right there had an awful lot of pressure. He ate a lot of basketballs today as he took it to the big guys quite a bit. But here's the end coming up as they push it hard against the defense, and Brown gets right underneath them, so that makes it a difficult shot, and guess who gets the rebound? Kenny Anderson, the point guard.
You think Bobby Kremen isn't a happy guy?
Beats Brooklyn.
Individual scoring for Georgia Tech. Scott, 30 points.
A class act, Dale Brown, a happy Irishman on St. Patrick's Day is Bobby Kremen. Jim Nance is going to have more coming up from our studios in New York. And what can follow this, huh? Georgia Tech 94, LSU 91. And Georgia Tech advances in the Southeast Regional. They will meet Michigan State. And that one will be in New Orleans next week. Our players of the game, our Chevrolet players of the game, Shaquille O'Neal, brilliant for LSU. Kenny Anderson for Georgia Tech. For Tommy Heinsohn, I'm Brad Nessler saying so long from Thompson Bowling Arena in Knoxville, Tennessee. Again, Georgia Tech wins it 94-91. Let's send you back to Jim Nance in our New York studio.
Back in New York, a chance to remind everyone that coming up next for most of you on CBS, tonight on CBS, Paradise, a gathering of guns. I think North Carolina, Louisville, or make that Ball State, North Carolina, Ball State, and Georgia Tech have all been to Paradise today and back. And the ACC, well, somewhat slighted on Selection Day. Still all the teams alive. 3 advanced today into the Sweet 16. 2 more tomorrow, Duke and Virginia. North Carolina tops a 1 seed. Big time for the ACC, Mike.
And this Georgia Tech team, which was probably slighted more than anybody else by being a 4 seed. Earlier this week, I talked to Bobby Crimmins. He said, Mike, this isn't my best team, but it's my most consistent. They play well when the game is on the line, as you saw today.
All right, Mike, let's set the lineup for tomorrow. As far as the tournament, the second round continues. Another freshman point guard, Bobby Hurley of Duke, will try to lead the Blue Devils to the Sweet 16. Most of the country, the 80% of the country, all of you except in the West Coast, will see St. John's and Duke at 12 o'clock Eastern time. And then a choice, one of 3 games. Most will see Virginia-Syracuse. Others will watch Texas-Purdue from the Midwest. UCLA-Kansas is an East region matchup. The late games, Loyola-Marymount, can they keep it going, riding on emotion, going against the defending national champions, Michigan in the West region, Xavier and Georgetown in the Midwest, Northern Iowa and Minnesota from the Southeast. Now, for you folks on the West Coast and in the state of Alabama, since you're not getting the early game, St. John's against Duke, you'll be getting Alabama against Arizona. Again, that's the West Coast, and those of you in the state of Alabama. So it's been a great day, a lot of buzzer beaters, North Carolina, Ball State, Georgia Tech, Clemson moving on. Yep. Shining moments everywhere. We'll be back here tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
The ball is tipped. You feel the touch tonight. The rhythm's in your shot. And your step is like the crowd goes wild. This much is known. Win another game, you're almost home. With one shining moment, you reach for the sky. One shining moment, you
You know, there was an exhilarating stretch of games yesterday afternoon. Let's show you once again, starting out with what happened to 1 seed Oklahoma.
They'll come through Davis, and he'll come to Fox. Fox comes down the baseline and hits it. Carolina wins it! Carolina upsets OU!
There was a simultaneous Cinderella unfolding in Salt Lake City. Ball State led by as much as 17 in the second half, but Louisville fought back and had a chance to win it at the buzzer. Meantime, back in Austin, Dayton and Arkansas were tied, closing seconds. The Razorbacks' Todd Day followed up his own miss and scored. Still, the Flyers had one last shot.
Howard throws it up high. Ball is free. Arkansas advances. It'll be Arkansas and North Carolina with an appointment in Dallas.
I'm just glad that we were able to pull that one off. It's a big victory for us. We're in the Sweet 16, and we're still got a chance.
Another last-second outcome in Knoxville. Kenny Anderson put Georgia Tech up in the final minute and then held on.
This one, LSU needs a 3 to send it to overtime.
They got to get up on them and don't let them just advance the ball real quick.
Here's the finish. Williamson, no good. Georgia Tech makes the Sweet 16.
Meanwhile, for LSU sophomore sensation Chris Jackson, it would be his final welcome home to Baton Rouge.
Chris has an announcement that he will make, and there will be no more questions accepted on this announcement, so please have respect.
I've just decided that I will enter the 1990 draft this year. I feel it's time for me to move on.
No more suspense from Chris Jackson. He's turning pro. Right now, we're approaching game time down in Atlanta. St. John's against Duke. Dick Stockton and Hubie Brown will have that action when the road to the Final Four continues after this word from your local station.
This is...
Welcome to the Omni in Atlanta, Georgia for second round action in the East region. And And as you look at these 4 schools here in Atlanta remaining, St. John's, Duke, UCLA, and Kansas, you won't find a region that is more steeped in NCAA championship tradition than these 4 schools, and they battle today for the right to move on. In Game 1, it'll be the St. John's Redmen against the Blue Devils of Duke University. Again, everyone, I'm Dick Stockton, and both of these schools stumbled toward the end of the regular season and in their respective conference tournaments. St. John's, for example, they lost a great player, a big weapon in Jason Williams, and they lost him in mid-January. But both of these schools seem to have found new life, and leading St. John's is senior guard Boo Harvey, and he has won a lot of games down the stretch for the Redmen this year. And Hubie Brown, what role will Boo Harvey have to play today if the Redmen are pulling upset?
Well, Coach Lou Carnesecca wants a game in the 60s. The catalyst to this is Boo. Boo must break down the pressure in the backcourt and then milk the clock. He's a distributor today, but most of all, he must score big. St. John's front line, very critical. They need the minutes from the big 3 and the point production.
So Boo's got to be big. That's the one thing we know. As far as Duke is concerned, they dropped 4 of their last 6 games. And this week, Phil Henderson, their co-captain, blasted the teammates. They said they were a bunch of babies, and they could have responded either way, but they seem to have done the right thing, and it was evident in the victory over Richmond. Now, what do you think Duke's plan is today against a challenge from St. John's?
Well, this is a ball club that's built on defense. It's tradition with them. They feel that their defense is as good as anyone's in the country. Now, that kind of faded in the last 6 regular season ball games for them, but it's back now. They feel the intensity to be there. They run off it. At the offensive end of the floor, the power game. The 2 big 6'10" guys, wide bodies, down inside, can get the big scores for you. And then you have the slasher. Henderson, capable of getting 25 to 30. Well-rounded ball club.
You know, Mike Krzyzewski, the coach at Duke, used to be an Army in the early coaching time of Lou Carnesecca at St. John's. Both of them have a friendship. There is a warmth and an unmistakable liking between the two, as you'll see right here.
I've hated his taste in sweaters, loved his taste in food. And he's been a guy that, when we used to go to those luncheons in Mama Leone's, I always was jealous of him because he could speak Italian and get much better food than the Polish people who attended those luncheons.
You could see right away it was going to be a hard-nosed coach. I can remember we had better material at St. John's, and we really struggled. I mean, that guy was always in your pocket. I'm not talking about a Willie Sutton. I'm talking defensively, of course.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Omni in Atlanta for today's second-round East Region game between the St. John's Redmen and the Duke Blue Devils. And now let's meet the starting lineups. For St. John's, at forward, a 6'8" sophomore from the Bronx, New York, number 21, Malik Sealy. For Duke, at forward, a 6'5" senior from Fayetteville, North Carolina, number 21, Robert Brickey. For St. John's, at forward, a 6'7" junior from the Bronx, New York, number 33, Billy Singleton. For Duke, at forward, a 6'11" sophomore from Angola, New York, number 32, Christian Leitner. For St. John's, at center, a 6'11" sophomore from Sunnyside, New York, number 41, Robert Worden. For Duke, at center, a 6'10" senior from Bloomfield, New Jersey, number 30, Ala Abdelnabi. For St. John's, at guard, a 6' senior from St. Albans, New York, number 3, Greg Boo Harvey. For Duke, at guard, a 6'4" senior from University Park, Illinois, number 3, Phil Henderson. For St. John's, at guard, a 6'2" sophomore from Syracuse, New York, number 12, Jason Buchanan. For Duke, at guard, a 6' freshman from Jersey City, New Jersey, number 11, Bobby Hurley. And And introducing the head coaches for St. John's in his 22nd season, Lou Carnesecca. For Duke in his 10th season, Mike Krzyzewski.
Mike Krzyzewski, Natalie dressed as he always is, and of course, Louis Carnesecca in that sweater, and has brought him a lot of good luck. Ready for the opening tip between the Redmen and the Blue Devils when we come back to Atlanta in just a moment. Opening tip-off, Mike Tanko from Dallas, Texas, Ron Zetcher from St. Louis, Missouri, and Charlie Range out of Fremont, California are the officials working today in the second round action underway. Duke controls, there in white, St. John's in red.
Duke is a motion type of an offense, high-low with the big people, Abdel Nabi and Leighton.
And a steal, turnover off the top. Boo Harvey puts up the first shot of the game, and it's tipped up by Malik Sealy Wardan. Duke coming down with the ball after St. John's had 3 chances.
Both teams today are primarily man-to-man ball clubs.
Early, the freshman from Jersey City, guarded by Harvey, the senior. Bill Henderson with a 3, starts the scoring in the game.
That was interesting. They went away from the motion and gave a double screen on the baseline that time for Henderson.
St. John's has not gotten past the second round since they went to the Final Four 6 years ago. Singleton's shot is missed, and Abdel Nabi, tied up with Malik Sealy in the possession arrow, will favor the Redmen.
If St. John's is going to get the job done today, they have got to crash the boards and then keep the people blocked out.
Harvey misses the rebound by Henderson. Duke has a big edge in depth on the Redmen today, which we'll see early.
Well, Duke keeps running at you with a ton of talent.
Christian Leitner, top of the key. Wardan. Big thing for St. John's is Wardan to avoid foul trouble. He was used to the 6 personals in the Big East. Only gets 5 today.
Well, this is the pace that St. John's loves.
Jason Buchanan, who had a big game against Temple. Right now, St. John's is ice cold, but Wardan with a follow-up match.
I'm impressed early, Dick. St. John's now has 4 offensive rebounds, doing a very nice job.
And we'll have a whistle and a foul. Christian Leitner of the Blue Devils. Lou Carnesecca, 65 years old, told us yesterday, I feel good, I enjoy the game. Most of all, I love going to practice.
That's the key. You have to love the practice sessions, Dick. Come on.
That's the real test, huh?
Absolutely. That's where the creativity goes, and you spend the hours on top of hours trying to get the right chemistry.
Singleton fights in, so Billy Singleton only 6'7", but a good strong man inside.
Yeah, he's a banger, you know, really well-proportioned upper body. He's the key in this game today, I think. I feel if he gets double figures, you got to watch out.
Pass inside, tipped away by Sealy, and another turnover. Duke has turned over 2 thus far. St. John's with a 1-point lead. Sealy misses an open baseline jumper. Wardan gets it down.
I think St. John's is kind of fooling Duke early. You know, they're pushing the ball and looking for that quick shot.
Buchanan pulls away, rebound by Leitner, outlet pass to Bricky. Only back to defend is Harvey, and Harvey commits the foul, and going down hard is Roberts.
10 turnovers. St. John's cheering section on its feet.
Bricky. He's been red hot today. Bricky with 11.
See, any time that Duke attacks down inside the painted area today, something good happens. They either get fouled or they get a wide open shot to the basket.
Less than a minute and a half remaining in the first half of this game. Udo setting a screen. Hurley stays with Harvey. Double team on Harvey. Lost the ball.
See, every time Boo Harvey comes off of a pick and roll or a screen, they're automatically trapping him and forcing him to give up the basketball.
Here's Bricky. And the rebound by Muto ahead to Sproling. It's a 3-on-1 break. Malik Sealy with the layup. And Sealy now has 11 and is the game-high scorer, tied with Bricky.
See, the element of surprise is there. Everyone in this place feels that St. John's will just walk it up. And if they'll just look down the floor, they can release one man anytime they want.
Great hustle by Sproling. Hurley has it in the backcourt. They're looking at the clock remaining and 24 on the shot clock on the left. McCaffrey. And they'll Watanabe with the foul over the top on Sean Muto. Let's take a step back and see what we've got so far in an exciting NCAA championship. Only 12 of the top 16 teams are left. North Carolina upset Oklahoma at the buzzer in the big shocker yesterday. Ball State, after 2 upsets against Oregon State and Louisville, now advancing as well in the West region. And the ACC, a school that might have been a little bit on the downside this year, so far a perfect 8-0 in the tournament.
You know, Sean Muto has really made his presence felt today. He's doing a nice job offensively. He's doing a good job blocking people out. And even when he commits fouls, they're good fouls. He's banging people around inside.
He's a 36% free throw shooter and missed the front end on the one-on-one. Down to 12+ remaining. Duke playing for the final shot, leading by 4. Here is Christian Laettner. Rebound Muto with 1 second to go. And Seeley wouldn't have counted anyway. And that is the end of the first half with the score. Duke 36 and St. John's 32. CBS Sports coverage of the NCAA Basketball Championship will continue after this message and a word from your local station.
CBS Sports coverage of the NCAA Basketball Championship is sponsored by Mazda, cars and trucks. Mazda, it just feels right. John Deere, nothing runs like a deer. And by Delta Airlines, we love to fly, and it shows.
Well, the great play of the ACC has been a big story in this tournament here on the opening weekend, and Duke out of the ACC 4 up on St. John's. However, the Redmen, a 7-2 run to close the first half. Welcome you back to New York. I'm Jim Nance, and with me is Mike Francesa, who's been riding in the passenger seat on the road to the Final Four, both last weekend, this weekend, and again next week. Mike has been our editorial consultant behind the scenes for the past 8 years, helping put things in perspective, and now we enjoy his insights firsthand as he comes down from behind the cameras and in the research area to right here alongside.
You know, this studio's been my home for the last 9 tournaments. It's just taking a different seat in the living room.
How about the game we're seeing right now, St. John's Duke?
Duke has done a very good job of getting the ball out of Boo Harvey's hands enough. Also, a good defense trapping Boo. Boo Harvey, since Jason Williams got hurt, has been the key for St. John's. He's 1 for 8, only 1 3-pointer. He has got to score in the second half. St. John's cannot win without a good game from Boo Harvey in the second half.
Got to ask you about Chris Jackson. We talked about him in the pregame. He's announced he's going on to the NBA. As we watched LSU against Georgia Tech, we just said this is not the same Chris Jackson we've seen in the past.
It wasn't a great year for Chris Jackson off the sensational freshman year. Yesterday did not shoot the ball well, really never seemed to be in the flow of the game. We heard rumors that he might go pro. He's out. He'll be a lottery pick, but it was a tough year for him. They had to get the ball into the big guys a lot more this year. It was a transition year. I think he was very unhappy.
And Jackson leaves after his sophomore year at LSU. Coming up on the road to the Final Four, Virginia, Syracuse. Others will see Texas, Purdue, or that UCLA, Kansas game. And then later today, most of you will see Michigan against Loyola Marymount in West Region action. The Lions, of course, are riding a crest of emotion in the wake of Hank Gather's death 2 weeks ago. And Bo Kimball, Gather's close friend and teammate, spoke about that with our Greg Gumbel following yesterday's practice session before challenging the Michigan Wolverines today.
Bo, on Friday night, the Loyola Marymount Lions gave about as emotional a performance as I think I've seen any team give. How much of it was emotion and how much of it was the true Loyola Marymount talent?
Oh, it definitely was a lot of emotions, but most of that was due to the way we play every game and the way we've been playing all season. We play at a high intensity level, and I'm sure the emotion's going to be high when we play Michigan.
When you play Michigan, will the emotions play as big a part, or will it be back to business?
It'll be back to business, more or less. I think we'll be able to be a little bit more focused. But we want to keep that emotional state. That's been an edge for us. I think that helped us in Friday night's game. And if we keep that intensity up and keep playing the way we've been playing all year, we should be able to come out with the win.
This is where you tip it off. You guys going to be ready?
Oh, yeah, Greg. We're going to definitely be ready. We're looking forward to this opportunity. We're playing against the defending national champs. So it's definitely going to be a dandy.
Bo Kimball and Loyola Marymount against the defending champion Michigan Wolverines. Tip it off 4:55 Eastern Time here in Long Beach.
All right, as for Michigan, they were the sentimental favorites last year when then interim coach Steve Fisher was taking over right before the tournament. And as we sight now our first road sign of the season, we see some familiar Wolverine faces going through their tournament paces once again. The last time we watched the Wolverines, they had reached the jackpot at the end of the road. But winning the crown in 1989 does not count for much in 1990. Steve Fisher's squad was sluggish in its opener. Fisher's swishers know that this year's road may be bumpy, but they're up for the ride.
We're the only team that has a chance to repeat. We're the only team that has a chance to do what hasn't been done since 1973. So we're proud of what we accomplished last year, obviously, but we don't hang our hat on it.
Hats off to Ramil Robinson. He was the hero of the championship game a year ago. And he's optimistic that Michigan can win again.
This team could get back to the Final Four and possibly win the championship. We're going to take one game at a time, and hopefully we can do it.
Speaking of tournament heroes, Ricky Callaway helped the Indiana Hoosiers win the title in 1987. But Callaway opted to take his act on the road. The yellow brick road to Kansas. After sitting out a year, Callaway is now a star on his second Final Four contender. And as far as he's concerned, the difference between his former coach and his current coach, Roy Williams, is like night and day.
It's just a thing where Coach Knight and I weren't seeing eye to eye. I don't think it was anything that I was a bad kid or I got into some trouble. I just think the things were changing, and I didn't think that I was being used as a player up to my ability with the changes, so I decided to leave and go to Kansas.
Happy about that?
Very happy.
Brian Williams is another transfer who has done well. He left Maryland for Arizona, and now his game is blooming in the desert. But great expectations weigh heavily upon a player who follows in the footsteps of last season's Player of the Year, Sean Elliott. That's a tall order, even for a 6'11" star.
I'm not a senior. I do have a year or two left that I can do and keep growing and building on that.
Brian could be as good as anybody if he would get focused. Brian is a guy that, you know, he loves to go to art shows and to plays and to all these kinds of things. And the thing that I basically told him is, let's focus in on your schoolwork, and let's focus in on becoming the best basketball player that you can become. And then the rest of your life, you're going to have a lot of time to enjoy some very nice things.
All right, Mike, you picked Kansas to go to the Final Four out of the East. Going into the tournament, you picked Kansas. Why?
They're experienced, they're deep, and they're unselfish.
Fighting hard to deny that pass down inside to Christian Laettner at 7 seconds.
And Hurley now working in the lane, fires it up. And he gets his own rebound, passes inside to Laettner. And it's going to be St. John's ball. It was last touched by Laettner.
What a great pass by Bobby Hurley. When you get that type of a pass and there's no one there, you've got to catch it and dunk that basketball.
Remaining. No fouls to give in the possession arrow in St. John's favor as Brian Davis has come back in the game. Abdelnaby came out 72-70. Duke leads. That's Boo Harvey. Gets fouled. Bobby Hurley on the foul, and Harvey will go to the line to try to tie the game.
That was a terrific move by Boo Harvey. Bobby Hurley played him as well as you could. He took that shot up to its height, brought it down, and then extended. That was an outstanding move in order to create the foul on Hurley.
4 on Hurley, and here comes great Boo Harvey, the senior from St. Albans, New York, who has missed 2 of his last 4 free throws. These are big ones. One more to tie.
I remember in this situation, we only have 1 minute and 6 seconds to go. Duke has 2 timeouts left. St. John's 1.
Abdelnaby replaces Brian Davis. Abdelnaby has been a horse inside offensively for Duke.
They have not been able to stop him. He's either been able to score down inside or get fouled. Duke going with the 2 giants down in the pivot there with Christian Laettner and Abdelnaby.
And a a timeout called by Duke, so they have only one left when we come back to the Omni for the finish. So in the second round battle here in Atlanta between favored Duke and St. John's, each team with one timeout left. Both teams are in the bonus. St. John's has a possession arrow. There's the foul story. Wordan has 4. Henderson and Hurley of Duke, their starting guards, have 4. And already Sean Muto has fouled out for the Redmen. 38 seconds on the shot clock for the Blue Devils.
Let's see if they go down inside.
Abdelnabi's been their big man throughout the game inside.
Wordan doing an excellent job in denying, playing on trying to front. Now he's fronting Christian Leitner down inside.
Still plenty of time on the shot clock. Here's Abdelnabi making his move, and it's tipped up and in by Bricky. It was a layup by Bricky, who has 20 points now, and Duke leads by 2.
Yeah, that's frustrating when you're on defense. You get the shot block, and then the other team gets the ball back and lays it in.
Well, what a game for Bricky today. Wordan in the corner now to Harvey. Misses the jumper. Hurley has it for Duke, and they can run out the clock. And a foul on Bricky with 9 seconds to go. Robert Bricky will go to the line.
Now, right now, Coach K is talking things over right now. What you're trying to do with your guards is to pass the message to the other people. What happens if he misses the first part of this and the ball is in play? We are ahead by 2. And there's 9 seconds to go here. Now, if he makes 1, we are ahead by 3. All right, you must pick up, and we have to be alert not to give St. John's a 3-point opportunity. So Coach K immediately grabbed Henderson and Hurley, got him over on the side, explain the situation, go out on the floor and tell the other guys.
And a timeout has been called by St. John's. We're back here in Atlanta. Duke leading St. John's 74-72. St. John's called a timeout. They have none left, and Robert Bricky will go to the line to shoot 1 and 1. And of course, Mike Krzyzewski is thinking, what happens if a miss? You explain that situation. And if they do, St. John's has Harvey, who has hit 3 game winners and sent another into overtime. He's been an 11th hour hero for the Redmen this year, but let's see what Bricky does.
Now, St. John's, you must put a body on Christian Leitner right now, and if he misses, get that offensive book, right? Yeah, he did. That's right, but they did an excellent job. Put a body, Wordan blocked him out. Now, Louis sitting here right now, and he knows he's down 3. Naturally, this is a key in the ball game. You only have 9 seconds to go, and no timeouts left.
Bricky 7 of 11 from the line. Not much St. John's can do. Buchanan misses. Rebound, Henderson. And they're going to let the clock run out. The game is over. Duke wins and advances.
Great, great comeback by Duke.
Try, but Duke, trailing by 9 in the second half, comes back and wins, and will move on to East Rutherford, which has been a charm for them in the Eastern Regional. They'll play the winner of the game coming up between UCLA and Kansas. And Malik Sealy of St. John's and Robert Bricky are the Chevrolet players of the game. Final score, 76-72. Duke wins. Dick Stockton and Hubie Brown. Let's send it back to our New York studios in Jim Nance. Jim?
All right, Dick Stockton, the last 5 minutes, 26 seconds. Duke outscores St. John's 15-4, coming back from 7 down, Mike.
I thought really the key was Duke knew how to get it done down the stretch, and Boo Harvey, he scored 17 points, 14 second half, but just 4 of 20 from the floor for the game.
And the headline continues to be the play of the ACC, now 9-0 in tournament games, 4 in the Sweet 16, and next up, Virginia can make it 5 in the round of the Sweet 16 as the Cavaliers go against the 2 seed Syracuse in the Southeast. Others will see Texas against the 2 seed in the Midwest, Purdue. Others will see UCLA, Kansas. That's about a half an hour away back at the Omni in Atlanta. We'll continue here on the road to the Final Four after this word from your local station. Others will see Texas, Purdue, or UCLA, Kansas. We'll keep you posted on the other 2 games. Now, about 4:30 Eastern Time, the West Coast, most of the country will get that game on the West Coast between Loyola Marymount and Michigan. Others will see Xavier and Georgetown, Northern Iowa against Minnesota. The folks on the West Coast and in the state of Alabama will get the Crimson Tide Arizona game, and that is the last game in the second round. Mike, I got to ask you about the Virginia-Syracuse, another ACC Big East battle coming up.
Tremendous performance so far by the ACC. Jim, when you get upsets at this stage of the tournament, you get them because teams play different styles. For Virginia, they have to slow the very talented Syracuse team down and hit from the perimeter. That means John Crotty from 3. That's the key. Tempo and hit the outside shot for Virginia to stay in this game. All right, so Duke is in the Sweet 16 once again, heading back to the Meadowlands. We'll get to your games as we continue right after this.
CBS Sports coverage of the NCAA Basketball Championship is sponsored by BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Old Spice, #1 fragrance in America, #1 fragrance in the world. And by Dean Witter. Dean Witter measures success one investor at a time.
The road to the Final Four in Denver now winds its way through Richmond, Virginia. Second round of the Southeast region. Later today, Northern Iowa and Minnesota. But to start off the afternoon's proceedings here, it'll be Virginia-Syracuse. It'll be the ACC, the hottest conference in the tournament, against the Big East. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. I'm Brent Musburger along with Billy Packer. I said the ACC is the story of this tournament so far. Look at how the various conferences stand. They right now are unbeaten and standing at 9-0 with the Big East at 5-3. And something to keep in mind, historically, Syracuse has not fared that well. They are only 13-4 against teams in the ACC. So Billy Packer and the tour of the coach of Virginia has done a great job over there, and this is his final fling.
It is. Terry Holland steps aside, but we've had some history in the past that's proved fairly well for teams. Al McGuire stepped aside in '77. They won the national crown. Bill Frieder last year at Michigan stepped aside. Steve Fisher won a national crown. I don't know what that bodes for the University of Virginia, but it certainly has some history behind it.
Terry's over there with the final instruction. He's got a great point man in John Crotty.
He does. It's a league, Brent, that's been blessed with point guards. Crotty, a great left-handed guy, likes to penetrate, has trouble against leapers, though. Thompson may give him trouble.
At the other side, Mr. Rebounder himself, the big fella Derek Coleman, ready to go to war again.
Well, he has established himself as the greatest rebounder in modern college basketball history. The record setter certainly at Syracuse, where he leads the Syracuse Orangemen in both scoring and rebounding as a career leader. He also, in the Big East, has become the career leader with 701. That moves out Patrick Ewing, the great rebounder. And here we see the all-time modern record he has established, beating out Ralph Sampson, formerly of the University of Virginia, and 3-time National Player of the Year.
Well, the other story with Syracuse involves that young man, LeBron Ellis. Again, he is not in the starting lineup, and there's an inside story to that. Not only do they want more outside shooting, but they are really trying to wake him up. They want LeBron Ellis to play with a little more verve than he has demonstrated this season for the Orangemen. So they're going to bring him off the bench and see if he pays a little more attention and plays with a little more ferocity in the tournament. So that means that Tony Scott steps into the lineup, and he will be the starter. Owens, Coleman, Edwards, and Thompson against the Virginia 5. Turner, Stith, Jeffries, Oliver, and Crotty. What kind of a game will Virginia play against Syracuse, Billy?
Virginia is a tempo-type team. Of course, Syracuse, as we know, and we've stated all year, in Jim Boeheim's system, likes to move that tempo up. It's hard to force tempo, though, against a guard like Crotty.
Bobby Dibbler tosses it up. He's working alongside Tom Rucker and Sonny Holmes. Syracuse, a 2 seed. They'll be in the white jerseys. And Coleman fires a 3. 3-0 Syracuse.
How many times do you see the nation's leading rebounder start a game with a 3? Multi-talented.
The key to Virginia will be watching how Crotty is able to penetrate. And if he isn't, Virginia could be in trouble. Stith, and the ball is kept outside at the perimeter. Oliver now handling the ball. Stith, one of their main scoring weapons, tries to get it in, and that Syracuse defense keeps him right outside at the perimeter. They force an outside shot. Coleman comes away with the rebound. Syracuse having it its way here in the opening moments.
Stith playing against Stevie Thompson in that little matchup situation. Virginia in the zone.
Scott misses his first shot. Virginia with the rebound. Here is Crotty. No easy break. He's cut off on the top and foul. First foul goes against Syracuse.
Brent, the matchups we see out here in Syracuse, which is a very much underrated man-to-man defensive club, has Stevie Thompson, one of the best in the country defensively, on Crotty. And as I said, Crotty has trouble with guards that can leap against him. And Billy Owens playing against Stith.
Thompson, as soon as he picked up his dribble, he just jumped out on him. The most underrated defensive team in the Big East certainly is Syracuse. Georgetown gets all the publicity, and Syracuse just quietly gets the job done. No team has ever scored 100 points against a Jim Boeheim coach team.
Thing about
now, Crotty does get inside. This is the key. On the miss, Owens with the rebound.
Even if you beat Stevie Thompson, you have to worry about him coming from behind and blocking your shot.
Off Oliver, out of bounds. Syracuse ball. Billy, what about a scoring breakdown for Virginia?
Well, one of the things Terry Holland has is basically a 3-man offense. You can see Stith, Crotty, and Turner representing 68% of the total offense, which is not good, particularly if those 3 men can be shut down in any way, shape, or form. And it has happened to them throughout the course of this year. Packing that zone way back inside.
Thompson with that familiar scoop shot of his.
How about the English on that shot? Normally you put that much spin on the ball and it has no touch when it gets to the rim. Steve is so used to it.
Early score here, Billy. We've played 2 minutes of this Southeast region game. Syracuse looking sharp in the early going. Oliver now with a nice jump shot. Couldn't get it to bank in, but he runs it down.
This Virginia club averaging in their tournament run of ACC tournament and in the NCAA tournament, 15 offensive rebounds a game.
Billy, I just noticed something with Boeheim. He exploded when they didn't rebound over there on that sideline. Here is Stith now. Coleman with the board. Boeheim a little more intense right now than he was in the Big East tournament. Thompson up, misses everything, and Owens couldn't get it to roll. Had a shot that he normally comes away with. Jeffries with the rebound for the Cavaliers. Crotty with a lead pass up front to Turner.
Stith is going to have to take Owens inside. That's a good move on his part. Going to get caught for
The 2 seed there against the 10 seed Texas at the Hoosier Dome. James Brown and Billy Raftery with the call.
Welcome to those of you who are watching the Virginia-Syracuse matchup here in the Midwest region. Second round action from the Hoosier Dome. Purdue leading Texas by 4, 37-33. As Travis Mays kisses it off the glass for the Texas Longhorns. James Brown along with Bill Raftery. And Billy, we set the headline before in terms of the contrasting styles. Purdue would prefer a slower pace game. Texas an up-tempo. Purdue, because of the big man in the middle, Steve Scheffler, the player of the year in the Big Ten.
Well, Purdue would like the power game and patience, and Texas and their guards will force the issue. Right now, a stalemate.
Lance Blanks forcing the shot, but drawing the foul from Ryan Birney. In the Midwest region, the winner of this game will advance to the round of 16. 2 teams already there. North Carolina, a victor over Oklahoma, and Arkansas, a squeaker victor over Dayton. Lance Blanks will be at the free throw line for Texas.
I've gotten to know his dad, who's an agent, and not a bad running back with the Oilers. Chris Morris, who plays for the Jersey Nets as well. One of his business associates. But he's awfully, every time I've met him, we've talked about Texas basketball and his son. And I can see why. They are exciting. And his son has a free hand. You're always happy when your boy can do what he wants to do, huh? Tee it up. That will.
Well, they're talking about Texas basketball a lot more down in the football-free state of Texas as Blanks drops in his 12th point of the afternoon, averaging 20 on the season. A 2-point Purdue lead, 39-37, 17:50 to go in the second half.
Using the two big guys for bumps.
Austin gets the roll.
Now, the weak defense that trip, they did not fight through the double screen. When you don't really concentrate on defense, those things will happen.
Blanks looked to pass on the inside when he realized the shot was going to get blocked. This is Bernie. Foul by Williams. Second personal foul on Benford Williams as Ryan Bernie, an 81% free throw shooter, heads to the line. Syracuse doing a job on Virginia. Terry Holland struggling right now. And a tight ball game with the Bruins and the Jayhawks.
Tradition-laden clubs.
Ryan Bernie, 6'9", 205 senior. He brings a lot of glue to this club.
He'll make the threes, he'll make the passes, do a lot of the little intricate things that keep coaches happy and teammates playing together.
One of the keys for Purdue finishing second in the Big Ten this year. Bernie had been injury prone throughout his career, stayed healthy this year. And the second offering is good, and Purdue on top by the score of 43-37.
Got a little pressure.
Mays rebounded by Myers.
And the foul. That's a home court advantage, isn't it? They've got half of Indiana here.
The first basket of the afternoon for Panama Myers.
They should call us on Scheffler. Myers really has been using his foot speed to step around, and Gene Katie agreeing with the call. Occasionally with that big body, he's not afraid to mix it up.
And as big as that body is, that's only his first foul. And again, you made the point that the referees are really allowing the guys to play, and it has been a clean ball game. Mays rebounded by Austin. Austin is fouled from behind by Benford Williams, and Williams picks up his third personal foul. Careless mistake.
Well, when you don't have a power game, it puts a lot of stress on your deep shooting. And right now, Texas not nailing the open jump shots when they have them.
Jimmy Oliver into the game for Purdue. Bernie, Scheffler, Jones, Austin, and Oliver, the five for Purdue on the floor.
Little double screen. Good reaction. Myers helping. Scheffler. Short. Excellent sequence. Myers. Panama, very alert.
Wright. Joey Wright had a big first half. Again, the young man from Indiana, Hammond, Indiana, had 11 first half points. He's got 14.
They're saying just
they changed it. They called it a two-pointer.
The toe on the line.
Subtract 1 point, give him 13. A 2-point ball game. Boilermakers on top of the Longhorns.
With this set, they run an X off Scheffler. Little pop out by Bernie and screen downs. Here's the double.
Austin. Woody Austin averaging 8 points a contest.
It's not complex, but you've got to work and get through the doubles. Texas asleep.
Collins. And it looks like Texas has gotten the ball to the big men more in the second half than they ever did in the first half.
Loxley was shocked early on, but he has really helped them all year long with critical goals and tough situations. And they got Myers on the high side here. just didn't get over. And that's the tough part of playing big bodies. They hold off, they step in your cutting path. You can't get over and defend.
Advance on to Dallas, the round of 16. Game 2 coming up will be Georgetown and Xavier. James Brown along with Bill Raftery. And Bill, these two teams, again, really trying to force their will. And the big guy in the middle for Purdue, Steve Scheffler, Big Ten Player of the Year, has not been as intimidating as he has been most of the season.
Texas would like to run. Everybody's aware of that. Purdue would like the power game, get it in, make good passes, and get him involved.
Here comes Purdue.
Oliver in can shoot it.
Inside to Ryan Burney. Misses the jump hook. And Panama Myers with the rebound for Texas. That's number 10 for Panama Myers.
Purdue's had good balance all game.
Blanks. And it's rebounded by Scheffler. The guard trio for Texas does 66% of the scoring. Have not been as damaging as they have been on Friday night.
No, they're not able to turn the corner and get to the goal. And of course, defend it for the deep shot.
And Scheffler getting the ball on the inside is fouled by Lance Blanks. And Blanks having a tough afternoon. Only 3 of 12 from the floor. And he picks up his second personal foul. You take a look at the numbers. The numbers show it.
The one thing about Texas, they can be explosive, but I think shot selection in a slower type of game that Purdue is creating puts a lot more pressure on the jump shot.
It's now a 7-point Purdue lead. Wright quiets the crowd, cutting the lead back to 5. He's got 15.
What composure. Well, that's what makes them tough. One guy can be off, the other two light it up. And if they only could get Colley a little more involved, or Myers. Here's the 1-3-1. They haven't used it. A trap out of it, trying to excite play.
Chucky White scores. Chucky White just into the ball game for Ryan Burney, and he drops in his 8th point.
The problem with the 1-3-1, your wingman is usually a smaller player. He has to come down and help out.
Blanks finds the range.
The NCAA tournament this year, it seems to me that it's a tournament that's got a lot of history to it, and one of the things that jumps out are all the kids from Detroit and the Detroit area that are playing in college basketball around the country.
And welcome those of you who were away watching another game. Here it is a 10-point Syracuse lead, 57-47, 8:40 to go. Syracuse with the ball and coming to the attack.
Time for Virginia, if they're going to make a run, get that thing down below double figures. It just seems to have some meaning to it.
Jeffries couldn't get a handle. Lost it out of bounds. Syracuse ball. Richmond Coliseum. Virginia Commonwealth plays its games here. Sonny Smith, once the head coach at Auburn, now the head coach here
the
at the school. He and his wife are watching this afternoon.
Colonial Athletic Conference had an outstanding tournament here. Richmond beating Lefty Driesell and James Madison. Turner's got a tough assignment with Stevie Thompson.
Owens, short. Trotty. Turner.
Good rebound.
Gets his own miss. Roddy out on top. Stiff. Coleman.
The exclamation point that answers.
9 times. He has gone to the rack. Pulled away a rebound here today. Boeheim animated now as he sets the offense.
Pulling things out, looking for Derek Coleman down low, and Derek wants it, but they don't swing the ball. Oh,
You're going to see Derek gets hit, but I really think you talk about continuation. I believe that was all in the motion. Sensational shot. You see the contact, but he's on his way up as the contact is made.
Timeout in Richmond. A 3-point Syracuse lead.
In the house with action follows my main man, Money. This is Money slamming in Detroit. In Philly, Boston, must be a bird's eye view. DC, LA, New York. Shut up, I'm doing a Nike commercial here. Shut up. The other LA, Texas. Yeehaw! Denver, some serious hang time. Must be the mountain air. San Francisco, Moscow, Paris, oui. Walla Walla, Budapest, Sea Tranquility.
With Billy Packer, I'm Brent Musburger. A stirring comeback here by the Virginia Cavaliers. They trailed it by 15. They pulled back to within 3. The most impressive number of the second half. Derek Coleman has been held to only 2 points. He has taken but 1 shot here in the second half against this more aggressive Cavalier defense.
Brent, we remember that tendency in the Connecticut game.
Welcome those of you who've been watching UCLA and Kansas. Here we're coming down to the last minute and a half. Syracuse with the white and the ball. They lead it by 3, 59 to 56 right now. It was a 15-point lead, and the Cavaliers clawed their way back. Crotty and Stith leading the way. Early in the half, it was Turner. Derek Coleman with the ball has been held to 1 field goal, and now after seeing the set, Syracuse will call a timeout for Jim Boeheim, and a summation of the second half would show that Virginia has really picked up their shooting here at 55%. Billy, why don't you give everybody an overview?
Well, Brent, I think it's real interesting, the strategy right now. The clock is down to 17 seconds. You can see what Virginia's strategy was to not go out and press and try to trap against that 4 corners with Billy Owens playing at the point. Very good strategy by Virginia. And I wouldn't be a bit surprised now, knowing that with 17 seconds to go, that Billy Owens or Stevie Thompson have to take it one-on-one. Virginia may change up the defense a little bit.
The key question is here is Derek Coleman has not been looking for a shot, or have they been doing it defensively?
Well, I have seen, and both of us have watched Syracuse a lot this year, and you see stretches in a game where Derek just either doesn't come to the ball or they don't set up something specifically for him. And we mentioned the Connecticut game where they lost to the Big East Championship, and he went a long stretch, 12, 14 minutes. That's something they cannot afford to do.
Just a peek ahead. Northern Iowa, Billy.
Great story. Great story. I saw them earlier this year play against Georgetown in, of all places, Las Vegas. I watched the game. I said, isn't that a nice little team? But not one thing went in my brain to stay in terms of who they were, because I never thought I'd see them again.
Folks, you should have seen the professor of hoops scrambling on the airplane last night, reading through the media guys.
Well, and the fella I was sitting with is a pretty good basketball mind, Nolan Richardson, who has his club on his way to Dallas for an outstanding regional. And Nolan and I were sitting there and we said, boy, hasn't Coach Miller hasn't he done a fine job with his ball club? He's done a great job with him.
Interesting thing on that graphic, Syracuse still has a foul to give. Let's not overlook that at a minute 12. They can take Virginia out of their rhythm down here. It's a 3-point lead. Syracuse still has the ball. We're down to a minute 12. 4 of 17 was Virginia's perimeter shooting in the first half. They have improved that to 7 of 9 here in the second half. So it's Edwards, Coleman, now along with Thompson, Ellis, and Owens on the floor for Coach Boeheim. This is Ellis who steps out on top.
We're back to the regular offense, down now to 6 seconds. Good job by Stith to pull
4
off.
seconds, 3. Gotta hurry. Owens at the got it off. Makes it a 5-point lead. Under pressure, is anybody better than Billy Owens? Crotty loses it to the corner, and it was out of bounds. Touch lost by Syracuse, so it's Virginia ball. Billy, they've got 43 seconds. They're down by 5. You've always said if you're down by 5, you don't have to look for the 3 right away.
Right, I think you go for the 2-point shot right here, call the timeout, and then use fouls to get your possessions back. And Brent, if you have that foul to give, as Syracuse does, you cannot, if you're Virginia, count on them not using it.
Crotty moves in, and there it is.
You don't want to foul. Now they put themselves in a position where it will go into one-on-one.
So now the next time they'll be shooting. Not this time. That was the foul to give. So they'll have the ball out of bounds.
Owens on stiff. Short.
And off Owens' hands, out of bounds. He couldn't get the handle, and Boeheim couldn't believe it. He thought Owens had the ball and was coming out.
You know, a good move for a player now is to go up for that jump shot and dump back down inside.
And we welcome those of you who have been watching Texas and Purdue. You've come to the last half minute with Virginia back to within.
On for Texas, averaging 19 on the season. He's got 20, and we've got a nip and tuck ball game.
Purdue seems to go to that X play on the high post and a double screen when they want an outside shot. The other thing is to dump it down to Scheffler. If played, kick it to one of the good perimeter shooters, Austin or Oliver.
Gene Keady, the head coach of Purdue. And Oliver just gets it in under the 5-second count. 8 seconds left on the shot clock.
2-3 zone, the switch. A little confusing for Purdue right now.
Jones puts up a three-pointer. Rebounded by Texas, Joey Wright. The shot clock is off, 31 seconds remaining, and Texas can win it. And it's an official's timeout. Steve Scheffler limping there.
Off. Huh. Maybe a cramp of some sort. They're going to have to, well, it's a referee's time, which is very unusual. I think they have to take him out or get the timeout charged.
And Tom Pender's focusing more on his own team rather than being a little upset with the fact that Scheffler should get out.
Almost a free timeout for Tom Penders. And of course, Scheffler has had problems physically over the years, right? Hyperventilating at some point. So maybe just a little leg cramp, a little dehydration.
Back to action with 22 seconds remaining. Texas trailing by 1.
Clear out.
Mays. And he forces the shot. It's blocked. He gets his own rebound.
They got a foul. I believe it's Oliver. Well, Tom Penders said yesterday, our best player is Travis Mays, and we're going to go to him. That's not negating the ability of the others, but look at the pursuit now, the heart to go up and compete against the bigger people inside. The joy, huh? He's been very subdued. Of course, now Purdue using a timeout.
Travis Mays will be at the free throw line. A 79% free throw shooter coming off of a career high 44 points on Friday night.
He was thinking of leaving Texas as well before Penders arrived, and so we're going to run that offense around you.
Well, Mays was absolutely phenomenal at the free throw line on Friday night against Georgia, 23 of 27, setting a new NCAA record, breaking David Robinson's record of 21 free throws against Syracuse.
Well, the timeout obviously make him think a little bit, and I'm sure as the kids pray for a victory, Tom Penders is not even addressing Travis Mays. It's strictly what we're going to do, how we're going to present. This is the tough part for the family. All the frustration, of course, the joy if they should win.
And there's Mrs. Patricia Keady looking on calmly. And Susie Penders in the white.
Tough time for them, but the timeout situation 2-2, so Purdue will have ample opportunity to get up to half court and call one and get a chance for a goal. Of course, they're all in the bonus, and you can see the possession arrow.
At stake here, a spot in the Sweet 16 that will take place in Dallas at Reunion Arena. North Carolina and Arkansas already there from the Midwest.
And James, what you're doing in the timeout if you're Texas as they leave, you're saying if he misses, tip it back out. If he that kind of on the second one, get control of the basketball. And of course, Purdue saying, hey, we can still get a chance. If it goes to 3, we can tie it with a jumper. If it goes to 2, we can win it. So let's get it to half court and get organized.
Travis Mays 3 for 3 at the free throw line. Tie ball game.
And the smile acknowledging and really appreciating the toughness of Travis Mays.
Texas takes the lead by 1. And Purdue has a chance to talk it over with an opportunity to still win it.
On selected models, make it a great time to come into your Subaru dealer.
Gene Katie, having given his team instructions with 7 seconds remaining, and a berth in the Sweet 16 on the line.
Looks like they're just going to try and get it to half court. No, they're going to play.
3 seconds remaining. Blocked by Panama Myers. And the game is over, and Texas advances to the round of 16 on a big block by Panama Myers.
Major league. We talked about Myers' defense. Mays over to help, and this is just gorgeous. Katie wanted the goaltending, but you can slap it into the glass. Just a great effort for a team that's known for chuck and dunk. They come up with a big defensive play for Tommy Penders. He'll be on the lecture circuit.
Tom Penders moves to the round of 16 for the second time in his coaching career. Our final score, the number 10 seed Texas 73, the number 2 seed Purdue 72. Texas now moves on to Dallas to Reunion Arena to join North Carolina and Arkansas, and they will await the winner of the Xavier-Georgetown game. The Chevrolet players of the game are Joey Wright from Texas with 20 points and Steven Scheffler of Purdue with 18 points and 8 rebounds. Now let's go back to New York and Jim Nance.
Texas in the Sweet 16 for the first time since 1972. 2 games settled by last-second blocks. Derek Coleman saves the day for Syracuse, then Panama Myers saves the day for Texas. Look at this one. UCLA just inside of 5 minutes to go. Up 2 on the Jayhawks down at the Omni in Atlanta. We'll get to the close of that one as we continue on the road to the Final Four.
Like Syracuse's chances of playing in a regional final there, Jim.
All right, Mike, they're just about ready to fire up out in the West region. UNLV and Ball State advanced yesterday. Ball State, another Cinderella. We're getting a lot of them this year. A 12th seed. The Cardinals will play UNLV Friday in Oakland. And Loyola Marymount in Michigan will be starting shortly. Alabama, Arizona is later tonight.
Excellent defense by UCLA, covering all the cutters, doing a real fine job. The key now is not to foul on a poor shot opportunity.
You pointed out earlier, no shot has been easy in this game. Both teams have played every shot tough. Now the shot clock winding down, and Pitcher hits a big jumper.
That was
a big play by Pritchard. He hurt his leg. Anytime that you bump a guy on a reverse move and the player falls down, try to regroup, and that's exactly what Pritchard did. Knocked in a big shot. Now here's another look. They're in a 1-3-1.
There the timeout story. No fouls to give. Possession arrow favors UCLA. Trailing by 4. At one time, UCLA led by 8 points here in the second half.
See, Kansas keeps changing the defense, keeps changing the look. 1-3-1, 2-3 zone, and then man-to-man.
Plenty of time on the clock. Matkins will fire a 3, and he's got it. Gerald Matkins with his first points of the game, a big 3, and it's a 1-point Kansas game.
It's only fitting. This game deserves to be a 1-pointer. Both teams have played great. Beautiful basketball.
Double team on Pritchard and a foul called against Gerald Matkins. That'll be his 4th. One more and he's out of there. And Pritchard will go to the line. He is an 82% shooter from the line. UCLA has not advanced beyond the second round in 10 years. And that year they reached the finals against Louisville. Becca Markkanen comes into the game, replacing Maddox. And a timeout. 1:10 remaining. Back in the Omni in Atlanta, UCLA has only 1 timeout left, trailing Kansas by 1 with 1:10 to go. Kansas a whole bundle of timeouts. The possession arrow favors UCLA. And Kevin Pritchard will go to the line.
Roy Williams just loves Kevin Pritchard. Said he's our guy. He's the guy who can score. He can create. We use him as a decoy. We want him to be the guy in all pressure situations.
He misses the 1-and-1. The rebound. UCLA and a foul. No, they call traveling. Against Don McLean.
Watch out now. You don't want to pick up a technical foul right here.
That'll take you out of the game. In our first game, St. John's picked up a tee, and Duke scored 6 points ultimately off of it. So it'll be Kansas ball. UCLA can't believe it, and Mike Maddox is checked back in for the Jayhawks.
See, you're only in a 1-point game. You have 1 minute and 7 seconds to go, so you know that Kansas must shoot. Your defense has been outstanding all day long. The main thing here is don't foul unless it's going to prevent a guy from getting a layup. Give your good defense, hold him to 1 shot.
Maddox gets the inbound pass from Gelder. Now in the hands of Pritchard. Callaway has come on big lately.
Keep away. Now watch the change of direction. The cutters now when you're defending away from the ball.
Pritchard turns it over again, and that's 7, I believe, in the game against Kevin Pritchard. And 22 times Kansas has coughed it up to UCLA.
That has been the story of this ball game. It's led to the incredible amount of production on the fast break today for UCLA. They've been in the open floor all day, and it has really stymied Kansas from getting the easy layups in their passing game.
Becca Markkanen comes in the game for Kansas. McLean struggling from the field, but there's Wilson. And Trevor Wilson now with 18 points to go along with 11 rebounds.
He's been everywhere at both ends of the floor.
The shot clock is off. UCLA by 1. Pritchard going up and is fouled and will go to the line to shoot 1-and-1. And a chance again to put the Jayhawks in front with 29 seconds remaining.
Now, if you're UCLA, you have 1 timeout to go. If you are Kansas, you're in great shape. You have 4.
Gerald Matkins, who's done a marvelous defensive job all game, is fouled out for UCLA. Scored only 3 points on a 3-pointer, but he really keyed the defensive effort on the perimeter.
Yes, he did. Outstanding. Their guard play today with Matkins, Martin, and Butler, sensational. Now, we're talking about Pritchard here. He's your team leader. He's your 82% foul shooter. He's your senior. You always talk about your senior class of guys that you're your great leaders. Now, let's look at the situation. If he makes 1, they're up 2. I mean, we got a tie game if he makes 1. Now, okay, now he hits this one. You're down 1. You're UCLA, you have 1 timeout left, and you have 28 seconds on the clock.
Alonzo Jameson has replaced Callaway for defensive purposes for Kansas.
The main thing for UCLA now, they're inside people to block out in case of a miss.
He makes the vote. Kansas up by 1. 70-69. UCLA still has 1 timeout left. Derek Martin wants the timeout right now. Going down to the wire here in Atlanta with Kansas and UCLA, and the Jayhawks up by a point.
Models make it a great time to come into your Subaru dealer.
Hubie, UCLA is out of timeouts. What are they thinking over there on that bench as we look at the update? UCLA, no timeouts left, and they got the possession arrow.
Well, you see, if I'm Kansas, I'm all over the guy out of bounds because they have no timeouts. I'm going to put total pressure there. UCLA in a situation, they run a set where they try to get the ball to either Trevor Wilson or McClain.
McClain handling the ball now.
He did not dribble the ball in the front court. That's why that was not back court.
There's the clock remaining. Trevor Wilson with the ball. Feeds inside. The Butler misses, and a foul is called against Kansas. And UCLA has it shot now with 9.1 seconds to go. Pritchard commits his 4th foul.
Excellent pass that time. As soon as Trevor Wilson was double-teamed, he made the pass. Good rotation defense by Kansas, but they forgot about the offside rebounder.
Tracy Murray will go to the free throw line. He's 79% from there.
On the foul line for UCLA.
It'll be a 1-and-1 for Tracy Murray, who has scored 10 points today, but has been a bull off the glass. Kansas will use a timeout now. They've got plenty left, 3 to be exact. And so they're going to try to ice Mr. Murray, who's going to try to put UCLA in front. We'll be back. Well, 1 second seed lost in Purdue. Another one Syracuse won today. Arizona's playing a little later on, and Kansas trying to hold on to the 2nd seed. There's the timeout story. UCLA is out. They've got the possession arrow, and Murray on the line 1-and-1 with all the pressure on the world on his shoulders.
Well, the key thing right now for UCLA, you're hoping to get 2 on the line. But you're telling your players, look, if this shot goes up and we miss, we must crash the offensive board. If Kansas get it, you have to foul quickly, go for the steal and foul. And there's another timeout.
Kansas calls another one, so he's got to be frozen. We'll see how Murray responds. Kansas with a 2nd straight timeout. The pressure of a season on the shoulders of freshman Tracy Murray of Glendora, California. He scored 64 points in a high school tournament game, averaged 44, so he has been in pressure situations before, but never like this in his first NCAA tournament. 1-and-1 on the line with his team trailing by 1 in the tournament with 9 seconds to go. That's the hard one. That's the tough one.
Yes, it is. And you're really happy for him. Now, let's face it, he's a freshman, but he is an outstanding free throw shooter. He shoots 78 for the season for you. Now, remember, there are still 9 seconds to go here, and Kansas has 2 timeouts. So no matter what happens on this shot, you're UCLA. You have got to play tenacious defense, especially in transition. If you're Kansas, you're pushing the ball hard, and then you take what it gets or you call timeout.
UCLA leads by 1. Rick Callaway has come in, the offensive gun. He can beat you off the dribble. Now there are 3 seconds to go. Callaway fires it up, misses. The rebound, Gelder. The game's over. UCLA wins in an upset. play Duke. And the final score, UCLA 71, Duke 70. And UCLA advances in the second round of the East region to become one of the final 16. The Chevrolet players of the game. For UCLA is Trevor Wilson, and for Kansas, Terry Brown. So for Hubie Brown, I'm Dick Stockton. Once again, the final score, UCLA wins it 71-70. Kansas is knocked out. Right now, let's go back to our New York studios in Jim Nantz.
What a sensational Sunday it has been. 4 games. The difference, 4 points, 2 points, 1 point, and 1 point. Jim Nantz along with Mike Francesa. Mike, we've seen 2 seeds eliminated here about a half an hour apart.
I think when you look at it, Jim, in this game, UCLA did everything they had to do. They controlled tempo, and bigger than anything else is Kansas's 22 turnovers. UCLA did it on the defensive end today.
The Big 8 is out of the tournament as Kansas now is the 4th one eliminated here in the first week of the tournament. Now, coming up next, another trio of games. Many will see Loyola Marymount on its emotional quest to victory against Michigan, the defending national champions. Others will see Xavier against Georgetown. That's in the Midwest. While others will see 14 seed Northern Iowa against Minnesota, the 6th seed in the Southeast. And we'll continue on the road to the Final Four after this word from your local station.
Welcome to the continuation of second round play here from the Midwest region. The Hoosier Dome in Indianapolis, Indiana's second game between the 6th-seeded Xavier Musketeers and the 3-seed, the Georgetown Hoyas. Earlier today, Texas won a thrilling last-second victory over Purdue to advance to the round of 16. The next entrant will come from this contest here between Xavier and Georgetown. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm James Brown along with Bill Raftery. And Bill, most basketball people normally wouldn't mention Georgetown and Xavier in the same breath, but these two teams enjoy more similarities than most people think in style, play, and in the middle.
Well, right away, transition basketball is something you think of, but the big people, very similar. On the one hand, Alonzo Mourning may be finding himself at that powered forward position, the ability to face up, and of course, that opens things up for Dikembe Mutombo, who down low is starting to utilize all those fine offensive moves that John Thompson has taught him.
Xavier is a program that's on the rise. Pete Gillen has got his team into the tournament for the 5th consecutive year. Not a very well-known Twin Tower combination, but they're effective.
They sure are, and of course they go to him at key times. They're to provide the offense underneath Tyrone Hill, who runs the floor. He's very active. Good offensive player. The other side, a well-built individual, Derek Strong, who has a fine turnaround jump shot. And they go to him when they need a big basket.
All right, an established program in Georgetown and one on the rise in Xavier. We'll find out which one prevails. For the starting lineups, let's go to our PA announcer, Reb Porter.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Hoosier Dome for second round competition in the Midwest region of the 1990 NCAA Division I Men's Basketball Championship. The Midwestern Collegiate Conference and Butler University are your proud co-hosts for today's competition. And now the starting lineups for today's second round game between the Xavier University Musketeers and the Georgetown University Hoyas. For Xavier at 1 forward, a 6'10" senior from Cincinnati, Ohio, number 42, Tyrone Hill. For Georgetown at 1 forward, a 6'7" senior from Port Arthur, Texas, number 24, Anthony Allen. For Xavier at the other forward, a 6'6" freshman from Belleville, Michigan, number 34, Maurice Brantley. Georgetown at the other forward, a 6'10" sophomore from Chesapeake, Virginia, number 33, Alonzo Mourning. For Xavier at center, a 6'10" senior from Los Angeles, California, number 33, Derek Strong. For Georgetown at center, a 7'2" junior from Kinshasa, Zaire, number 55, Dikembe Mutombo. For Xavier at 1 guard, a 6-foot freshman from Lorain, Ohio, number 22, Jamie Gladden.
For Georgetown at one guard, a 6'2 senior from New Orleans, Louisiana, number 12, Dwayne Bryant. For Xavier at a guard, 5'11 junior from Bronx, New York, number 10, Jamal Walker. For Georgetown at the other guard, a 6'2 senior from Washington, D.C., number 20, Mark Tillman. The head coach for Xavier, now in his 5th year with the Musketeers, is Pete Gillen. And the head coach for Georgetown, now in his 18th year with the Hoyas, John Thompson.
The officials for this second game. Donald Rutledge from the state of Florida, David Libby from San Diego, California, and Willis Majunkin from Spokane, Washington. And Billy, unlike the first contest from out here between Texas and Purdue, contrasting styles, these two teams really should play the same style. They both average 82, 84 points, 82 Georgetown, 84 for Xavier.
The one fear that Pete Gillen expressed to me this morning was, would his players be in awe? They've read about and watched Georgetown. They have to play in that comfort zone.
And Georgetown controls the tap. Dwayne Bryant inside to Mutombo, who has been on fire the last month. Bryant off the mark. Walker for Xavier. Here come the Musketeers. Inside move by Hill, off the mark. And a fresh 45 for the Musketeers.
Man-to-man both ends.
Xavier in the dark blue, Georgetown in the gray. Hill blocked from behind by Mutombo, but Mutombo draws the foul.
That's about the only time he'll get in some difficulty when he's behind. He usually has great patience blocking shots, but you can see the lack of mobility, his drop step baseline unsure, and a pretty good offensive performer and an unknown, Tyrone Hill. T to his friends.
Nickname T-Time. Tyrone Hill, 6'10", 243, a senior out of Cincinnati, Ohio. The Midwestern Collegiate Conference Player of the Year. And good rotation on that. Only a 63% free throw shooter, but he looked like a world beater with that one.
Well, Pete Gillen said that Derek Strong and Tyrone Hill, they only come around once in 20 years at a place like Xavier. So he's enjoyed them a great deal and rode them as well.
How appreciative is he? And Hill connects on both of his free throws. The Musketeers out in front of the Hoyas by 2.
James, they'll go full throttle. They'll mix up the pressure. They like their man-to-man half court. The one team that may slow it down, believe it or not, is Georgetown. They are pretty good half court as well.
Anthony Allen, the starting forward spot for the Hoyas, loses control, regains it. And the Musketeers right up in Georgetown's chest.
Not backing off at all.
Not a bad tactic, Bill. Take away some of that awe from the players.
Get him right into it. That's why he pressed after a made free throw.
Allen. Rebounded by Jamal Walker.
Kick out.
And blocked. The shot by Maurice Brantley.
No, they're not going to score the goal, I don't think, and they've got an offensive foul.
Indeed, they do
Player
on Maurice
control.
Brantley. That'll be his first personal.
They have excellent kick-out passing ability. When I was watching tapes, I was thinking of Wes Unseld and his ability to turn and start a fast break. That ignited that play.
John Thompson looking for more ball handling with this aggressive defense of Xavier. Has David Edwards in the game for Anthony Allen, and it's stolen by Brantley. Walker blocked by Mourning. The third block in the opening minute and a half by the Hoyas. Edwards tries to find Mutombo, who can't find the handle.
Over-penetrates on occasion, Walker. Winning control, he's devastating.
You thought he would be the key player for Xavier.
Yes.
Jamal Walker.
Jamal's got ability. Played at Cardinal Hayes in New York. Has to be sound.
Strong, Garrett Strong. Short, Brantley follows. And it's a 4-0 Xavier lead.
They got a walk on the inbound. You mentioned Imagine John Thompson going with the smaller lineup. The reason John philosophically loves aggressive defense, the three-guard setup gives it to him. Little 1-3-1. Bends to the offense. Can be a 2-3 at times by Georgetown.
Inside action to one of the Twin Towers, Derek Strong, and the foul is whistled against Georgetown's Dwayne Bryant, his first personal.
You'll notice when the ball goes in deep, all the guards of Georgetown like to go down and scratch. And Pete Gillen, you see the glasses, he takes them on and off more than people in attendance in a library. A nervous habit he has. He's very animated on the sideline.
Well, seemingly it's assisted him in becoming an extremely effective coach as we take a look at Derek Strong, the other half of the Twin Tower combination for Xavier. Strong, just the opposite of Tyrone Hill, an excellent free throw shooter at 83%, and he misses his first.
It's made, it sets up the pressure. And they go right at it.
And it's a 5-zip Xavier lead.
Full throttle.
Edwards. I'm wondering if the Hoyas are a little surprised to see that full court press right up in their nose.
I doubt it, because this team is well thought of by people in the business. They understand it's full throttle all the time. And if they can get some outside shooting from Edwards, it'll be awfully tough to guard the big people inside.
Cuts the Musketeers lead to 1 with 1:28 remaining. Amy Gladden, Jamal Walker, Derek Strong, Aaron Williams, and Michael Davenport, the 5 in for Xavier.
When you're not you're the type of team that likes to rev it up, and you're not used to holding it, you've got to be concerned about what type of shot you end up with at the end of the shot sequence. Xavier not used to this.
Blocked by Mutombo. Morning tried to tap it ahead to Bryant, and Edwards.
Oh, it's just
steal it back to Xavier.
Great all-out effort.
7-second difference between the game clock and the shot clock. Xavier holding on to a 1-point lead over the third-seeded Hoyas of Georgetown.
Walker very calm.
And Walker pushed from behind by David Edwards.
He was taking a look at the time, but a big effort defensively by Georgetown. They just didn't come up clean after the shot block.
23 seconds remaining. Xavier with no timeouts, leading by 1.
They may get one. I think John may be looking to call one just before the ball is handed. Now he's waving it off.
Number 10, Walker at the line for Xavier.
Timeout in the action. 23 seconds remaining. The Hoyas down by 1.
Yo, Morris Blackman in the house with action photos, my main man, Money. This is Money slamming in Detroit, in Philly, Boston. Must be a bird's eye view. DC, LA, New York. Shut up, I'm doing a Nike commercial here. Shut up. The other LA, Texas. Yeehaw! Denver, some serious hang time. Must be the mountain air. San Francisco, Moscow, Paris, oui. Walla Walla, Budapest, Sea Tranquility.
In games decided by 5 points or less this season, Xavier has been very calm and collect. 4-1. At the free throw line, Jamal Walker.
On the miss, Xavier will try and tip it back, and of course Georgetown will try and react and grab it. James, if he happens to make this, now I still think John Thompson can go inside to the big guy, get the deuce, and call his timeout and get his press organized.
Not take the 3.
Not take the 3. Doesn't have to. Plenty of time.
This would make it a 3-point lead.
And they're looking for the three.
Tillman for three. In and out. Xavier with the ball, and Aaron Williams is fouled. A freshman, only a 38% free throw shooter, trying to add to a three-point lead. Rebounded by Mutombo with 10 seconds remaining. Stolen, but foul.
Now here's the
Walker
danger
on Edwards.
A lot of people, and you'll hear this controversy, should we foul them and put them on the line so they can't tie? Give them a chance for two. The dilemma, the size of Georgetown. There is nobody quicker in the country on a missed free throw to the ball than Alonzo Mourning. He's got Williams, an inexperienced freshman, trying to check him with a smaller Gladden. So if he makes one...
Maurice Brantley in for size, rebounding purposes, replacing the smaller Gladden, who's only 6 feet. And David Edwards at the free throw line, a 71% free throw shooter. Missed. Mourning with the tap, misses. And Mourning fouls, and that should be all for Alonzo Mourning. Maurice Brantley, a 6'6" freshman, at the free throw line, only a 61% free throw shooter with 6 seconds remaining and a 3-point Xavier lead.
Nobody down to pressure if he happens to miss. They've got a chance to get another three.
Up to Edwards. Foul with 2 seconds remaining.
Now here's the situation, James. Make the first. Obviously missed the second with the soft touch. Unfortunately, Mourning not in the game, but you got Mutombo and John pondering on the sideline exactly. Now he's going to tell or direct Mark Tillman as for what Edwards exactly should do.
Then it's obvious that Edwards ought to attempt to miss to the side of Mutombo.
Allen they're going for to be on the other side. So they'll probably take Stoudemire out.
And that's exactly what happens. But still, you would miss to the side of Mutombo.
Or in the front, if you could. You know what I mean? You usually pick a side.
It's over. Xavier knocks off the 3 seed, Georgetown. Elated Pete Gillen, Coach of the Year in the Midwestern Collegiate Conference, and his Musketeers have knocked off the mighty Hoyas. jubilant. How Pete Gillen?
We get it. Pete, congratulations. You look like Rolly with the shirt out. Just as big a win as he had.
I wrinkle easily, that's all. I get wrinkled easily. Kids got a lot of courage. We bent, but we didn't break, and they deserve it. You ought to talk to them.
You mentioned to me a win for the little guy.
One for the little guy. Hey, Georgetown's got a great team. John Tom's a great coach. Our kids just played great today. We're very fortunate to win. They're a great team.
Hey, Jamal, you are unbelievable with the basketball. You've got to drive Pete Gillen nuts.
Me and Coach Gillen, sometimes, we go through problems, but I think he lets me do what I have to do to win the games. I'm glad he does that. Let me free sometimes. I just want to say hi to New York, everybody, Cincinnati. Thanks a lot.
All right, congratulations, big guys. Okay, James.
Well, Pete Gillen said before the game he thought Georgetown might be closer to the man upstairs. Not now. Xavier, 74-71 over Georgetown. So Xavier joins Texas in the round of 16 in Dallas. The Chevrolet players of the game, Jamal Walker from Xavier and David Edwards from Georgetown. For Bill Raftery, I'm James Brown saying so long from the Hoosier Dome in Indianapolis, Indiana. Let's go back to our New York studio and Jim Nance.
All right, James, thank you. And so only 2 teams from the Big East out of the 6 that made the tournament field as Pete Gillen jumps up and down will advance on to the Sweet 16. Syracuse and UConn as Georgetown is ousted. Mike, the Midwest, I thought it was the toughest region going in. What's happened here?
Well, 1, 2, and 3 seeds out. We talked about it at the top of the day. Caution for the top teams. 8 of the top 16 seeds will be out once Michigan, which is being pounded, loses today.
You know, it's a tournament that's got a little bit of everything because Ball State, David Letterman's alma mater, is in the Sweet 16, and now his look-alike, Pete Gillen's there as well with Xavier. Tonight on CBS, let's set the lineup for you. 60 Minutes, followed by Murder, She Wrote, and then the CBS Sunday movie, Gunsmoke, The Last Apache. There's the score right now at Long Beach, 129 points. That's an all-time tournament record in regulation by one team, as Michigan, the defending champions, are going to be out of here by the 11 seed, the Lions, over the 3 seed in the West. And we'll get you out to Long Beach as we continue on the road to the Final Four after this word from your local station.
This is CBS.
Now going into the next game, got to combat height again. Loyola Marymount, what are they going to do?
Lowry drives the baseline, but the reverse doesn't fall. Minute and a half to play. As Tony Tolbert slides in for 2.
And as I said, what is Loyola Marymount going to do? I asked Paul Westhead that before, and he said the same thing we always do.
41 for Jeff Fryer. And Fryer stepped back behind the three-point line for that last one. Let's see if they try to get Jeff Fryer another. He's 11 for 15 from three-point land.
He's put a show on here, Greg.
Seconds. Kimball scores. Tolbert inside for 2 for Michigan. Under half a minute now.
I think about Loyola Marymount. It's a little hard to throttle that engine down. They're so used to going so fast.
And mass substitutions will probably take place here. Jeff Fryer getting the hero's welcome, as well he should. Bunch of Lions or what?
It really is, and what you see there is focused emotion. They're putting their emotions in the right place, got to focus on what they're trying to get accomplished. They came out and just flat out got it done today.
Coming up tonight here on CBS, of course, Sunday night means 60 Minutes, followed by Murder, She Wrote, and then the CBS Sunday movie, Gunsmoke, The Last Apache. And it would appear Loyola Marymount is taking a few scalps here and there.
Bo Kimball.
It's interesting. I looked at one of the assistant coaches for Loyola Marymount, and he's telling Bo, trying to give Bo the shooting stroke, like Bo needs help shooting a basketball or something.
And there's a running joke going back and forth between Bo and the bench. 37 for Kimball.
That man in the screen, both of those guys played outstanding game. Both Tom Peabody and Jeff Fryer just played great games. Scored, did everything they needed to do.
There's a whistle on the play.
Bye, Bo. You just fouled out.
The nation's leading scorer, 37 points, 8 rebounds. He has done his part here today. No one wants to win for Hank Gathers more than Bo Kimball.
On 14, Michael Talley has 4 points.
Michael Talley with the foul. Excuse me.
Yeah, I was just going to say Steve Fisher's, looking up. He's disappointed, I'm sure. His crew played well. But once they got out into that full court up and down game, it's just so difficult to play Loyola Marymount at that game because the thing Steve thought was that it was going to be rebounds. Well, yeah, rebounds are going to be an issue, but if that's if the rebounds come within the reach of your players. When they start to be long rebounds, now quickness takes hold.
And Clemson is unable to hit any kind of jump shot so far. They're 1 for 10 from the field. Gwynn coming back and hits. John Gwynn from DeMatha High School in Hyattsville, Maryland. So far, Clemson's been able to beat the press. Forrest going strong to the hoop. And the foul called against Connecticut. Derek Forrest showing some quickness.
Now watch Eldon Campbell get to the top of this rim right now. There's your rebound. He came up over the blockout man, and he made that one look awfully easy.
Alizonterreno Walker and a couple of big people coming in for UConn. Coming up shortly, North Carolina and Arkansas, the Midwest Regional in Dallas. Later on, it'll be Xavier against Texas. In the other regional in action tonight, Connecticut up by 1. Eldon Campbell misses, and now they get the ball back. Hennefeld batted it back to Campbell, who hits only the second basket of this first half by Clemson. Rod Sellers, who re-injured his knee and was not expected to play, has come into the game now for Connecticut. Hennefeld misses outside. Gwynn with the offensive rebound, and the Clemson foul inside. They're calling for a goaltending, but it'll just be a foul against UConn. There is Sellers, who's the most dependable inside player for UConn, had ligament damage in the Big East semifinals and then went down against Cal. Beat Boston University in California. 22-point average, but now a 2-point game with 2:15 remaining.
Well, in those first 2 games that they won, the forced turnovers gave them an advantage of 69-6 in points.
Want to welcome those who've been watching the Midwest Regional in Dallas between North Carolina and Arkansas. This game has tightened up in a big way. Clemson has outscored Connecticut 27-10 after falling behind by 19.
They've gone to a spread offense now. They're looking to take you off the dribble.
Smith goes inside to Burrell. They're going to use the clock. Hennefeld nearly saved another turnover on an errant pass.
See, in this situation, you try to have your best foul shooters with the basketball.
5 seconds on the shot. Tate George is picked up on the trap. Hennefeld fires it up, misses, didn't have much time. Dale Davis with the rebound, and Clemson looking at a chance to tie.
Davis was a little upset because there were 2 orange shirts racing to the other end of the floor for a possible layup, but he couldn't get them the basketball.
Clemson looking to tie this game. What an improbable turn of events here after it looked as if Clemson had no way of solving Connecticut's defensive pressure.
Well, you know, Clemson came in with a couple outside shots, and then Davis down inside getting all the offensive rebounds, and then their pressure defense has done an excellent job.
That's Marion Cash, the point guard. Derek Forrest, the swing man. Howland, the good outside shooter. And the shot by Cash is batted out of bounds by Tate George. And a new clock. There's the score. Carolina leading Arkansas by 1 in the second half. Rod Sellers replaces John Gwynn in the Connecticut lineup, so they're going bigger now.
When that shot was attempted, Tate George blocked it with 1 second left on the shot clock. And then time expired.
Under a minute to go and 40 on the shot clock. Game coming down to the last minute, and a three-point shot is missed by Howland. Burrell knocks it away, and it's still Clemson's ball. He tried to throw it off a Clemson player, but I think the Clemson player was on the line.
Yes, he was. Now remember, in this situation, Clemson has 3 timeouts and UConn 2.
Derek Forrest goes out of the game, replaced by David Young, a sophomore who started a lot of the season. Good ball handler.
Good perimeter shooter.
They can almost play for the last shot, but they're down by 2.
Now this is interesting that they're running time here. I would think that they would go down inside.
Especially with the offensive rebounding possibility.
All right, right now, UConn is in a 2-3, very aggressive zone.
Young inside. They surround the big man, Davis, and Davis stepped on the line and turns it over to Connecticut.
Well, that has been their thing all night. Their Cliff Ellis looking for a timeout. Anytime you drive the baseline, there have been 3 shirts on you all game long. This has been consistent. Watch how they rotate. You'll see this pass. Now here they are. They're playing around with you, but they want to go down inside. Here comes the drive. Now watch the move. There they are.
Inbound. What does Clemson want to do?
Well, they got to play tough defense. Try for the steal. If you don't get it, go for the foul. Now UConn wants to spread them out.
They nearly got the steal.
Wow.
It came oh so close on right in front of the Clemson bench. Now they changed it. It's Clemson's ball.
See, that time, once you make that pass, you must get rid of the ball quickly or use a timeout. You cannot allow them to trap you in a situation like that.
Each team has 2 timeouts remaining. No fouls to give. And the penalty and the possession arrow favors Connecticut. And a timeout called by Clemson, so they'll be left with 1 timeout.
Now we're going to take a look at the last play for you. Now here's your inbound pass. See, once they make that trap, you have got to, you must spread out, come and meet that basketball. Plus, any ball that's loose, you go get it. You do not allow a referee to have to make a major decision in a game like this. Now, let's look at Clemson. Clemson taking this ball out of bounds. You know there's 17 seconds to go. There's plenty of time. But what you want to do is go inside, make them play you, then come back out. And then that should open up some outside perimeter shooting.
Connecticut has 2 timeouts left. UConn trying to advance. Clemson was down by 19 points, and in the last 12 minutes have fought back to come within 2, using the weapon that Connecticut used against them to open up their lead, the full court press.
Well, Cliff Ellis said it yesterday. Our defense will bring us back. And he did, because when he went to that full court, 1-2-1, and then when he went to the half court, he took the tempo right away from Connecticut. They played keep away without penetrating.
Connecticut has brought in Lyman DePriest. He's their best defender. There's the story in Dallas. David Young has come in, and there are now 3 guards in there for Clemson with 17.5 seconds left, plus Davis and Campbell.
Now, right now, UConn is giving away a lot of size down inside. And like we say, you've got Elton Campbell at 6'11" and Dale Davis at 6'11". NFL being the tallest.
And here's David Young with the 3-point basket. And Clemson leads by 1, and Connecticut will call a timeout. Clemson leads for the first time since the early going.
My brother.
The last Clemson lead was at 5-4, and now Connecticut has to go the length of the floor, trailing by 1.
Well, right now, Clemson is in a 1-3-1 at three-quarter court. Now, the reason why you get in this is so that you can get 2 guys on any dribbler. It'll be interesting to see how UConn attacks.
Hennefeld and Smith bring it up. Tate George with the ball. Tate George fakes to the top of the key, goes up with it. It's short. Knocked around. Rebound. Tyson of Clemson with 1 second and a foul against Burrell, and Clemson can wrap it up on the line. What an improbable turnaround, but if you've been following the Tigers, nothing unusual.
Like Cliff said, we win ugly. Sometimes it's amazing that we've won 26 games. We're a poor shooting team, but our defense is what brings us back. And it's the old story. You have more than one defensive look, you can get the job done, and that's what happened today.
So Sean Tyson, who lost 30 pounds after gallbladder surgery and missed last season, but one of the better free throw shooters at 75% on the line. And a timeout with exactly 1 second to go. That's the last timeout used by UConn. Here at the Meadowlands, Connecticut has to go the length of the floor in 1 second, and Clemson has also used its last timeout, obviously, to look to see who was out there for Connecticut and what they're trying to set up.
Well, what they did is
after this game here at the Meadowlands, the winner of this, Clemson's leading, will play the survivor of Duke against UCLA. Dale Davis with 15 points, 17 rebounds. Campbell, the other part of the duo of doom, also with 15, and Smith with 23 leading Connecticut.
All right, now they have Campbell on the ball right now, and everyone else is matched up.
Scott Burrell will inbound, and he's got Burrell at 6'5", facing 6'11" Campbell.
Well, I'll tell you, Marion Cass has just left Chris Smith here. Now, I don't know whether they're enticing a pass to Chris Smith, but he's standing right in front of half court here. No one playing him. Maybe this is a con. Let's see what happens.
Now we're ready to go. Here goes the long pass with 1 second to go. The shot. Yes! The shot's going to count. The shot by Tate George wins it. This is unbelievable. The whole turn of events, one way and then the other. Tate George wins it with a jumper. They went the length of the court and won it with 1 second to play, Hubie.
Not only the shot, but the fact that he caught the pass in traffic.
There's his mom, Erica, looks to be in tears. caught it in traffic, and his back was to the basket.
Landed, turn, and let it fly.
Tate George, Connecticut will advance to the regional final on an amazing shot.
There's your long pass. Here's your catch. How about the presence of regrouping for the elevation of that shot?
And a man in his face. He was defensed well.
There's Campbell up. Now here's your luck. Now there it is, right there in traffic.
You know, Sean Tyson didn't want to foul and didn't put his hands up, didn't want to come close. Never thought Tate George could hit that shot. But he did, and Connecticut wins 71-70. How did they react on the UConn bench? Is this what it's all about? Jim Calhoun gets to the regional final, and Cliff Ellis can't believe what he saw. Clemson had outscored Connecticut 30-10 in the last 12.5 minutes after being down by 19 and seemingly had the game in their pocket. Even called a timeout. But you know, Scott Burrell knows how to throw the ball, doesn't he? He was a #1 choice of the Seattle Mariners as a pitcher in last summer's draft. So he can bring it, as they say.
And like they say, he turned down over $100,000 to come and play basketball at UConn.
You wonder when the drama will fizzle, but it doesn't in this tournament. And Erica, his mom, and there's got to be heartbreak for the people from South Carolina. So Connecticut moves to the regional final and will play the winner of Duke and UCLA on Saturday. Duke and UCLA faces Connecticut, now 31-5 on the year, and the Big East champions, after squandering a 19-point lead in the most amazing shot to win. And the UCLA Bruins have taken the court for their warm-ups. And you're going to see the finish of the North Carolina-Arkansas game in the Midwest Regional semifinal from Dallas. Coming up, this one was amazing. (76-63), Arkansas leading over North Carolina. And here it is again. You can see it a million times if you live in Storrs, Connecticut. The long pass by Burrell. Tate George with his back to the basket with 1 second left, with the presence and the balance, wins the game. The only senior on the Connecticut team wins it for the UConn, and the Huskies will move on to the Eastern Regional Final. Now the Duke Blue Devils have also come onto the court, and the Chevrolet players of the game, Eldon Campbell of Clemson with 15 points, and Tate George. An amazing finish here. Connecticut over Clemson 71-70. Let's send you back across the river to our New York studios and Jim Nance. Jim?
All right, Dick, and the roar could be heard all the way over here at Studio 45. Simply stunning. And by George, Connecticut is now just one game away, one win away from going to the Final Four for the first time ever. Now, we'll be continuing on the road to the Final Four, taking you to Arkansas and North Carolina, Midwest Regional action. The Hogs now starting to nail the threes. They're going hog wild on the Tar Heels. It's an 11-point lead, and we'll continue on the road to the Final Four after this word from your local station.
Look for me go long as opposed to dump go up the middle, and we're perfect.
Chris, well, you got to give Clemson their due. They came back. They got you to stand around.
what's going through the minds of the team on the bench and also on the floor?
Well, like Coach said, I think we lost our composure, and they put a press on us that really hurt us. But we had to just keep our poise and just go out and let things happen. And it ended up with a great win with Tate George hitting the last shot.
All right, how about the man who made the last shot, Tate George? Phenomenal. Just tell me what you were thinking about. You knew there was 1 second left. Describe it.
Well, I knew I missed the first time around. It couldn't get much closer than that. And I was telling Scotty Burrell to hit me in the corner because they weren't going to foul us. And it felt good when it left my hands. So, you know, I'm happy it went in.
How did you feel when Clemson took the lead after you really thoroughly dominated them throughout the game?
Well, you know, Clemson gets a lot of credit. Hats off to them. But the thing that we've been doing all year is battling back and trying to answer the call. And with a young team that we have, we've come a long way, and it feels really good.
Have you seen anything like that before, Jim, in your career?
Not really, Dick. Not the point that a team, sometimes in the middle of the game you lose composure, but for 10 minutes to kind of stand around and then be able to still respond with a big play at the end, phenomenal, really. And I give Clemson all the credit there. Tremendous job by Clemson.
All right, thank you very much. Connecticut moves to the regional final. Let's send you back to Jim Nance. Jim?
Well, Dick, thank you. And they've only been in a regional final one other time, 1964, and lost to Duke that time, 101-54. But again, one game away from going to the Final Four. Right now, 4 minutes left. Inside 4 minutes in Dallas, 15-point lead for the Razorbacks. Let's go back now to Reunion Arena.
Welcome to those of you who were with the Connecticut-Clemson game throughout, to the Midwest Region semifinal action here at Reunion Arena in Dallas, Texas. James Brown along with Bill Raftery, and it's Arkansas running away from Carolina with 3:28 remaining. They're up by 16.
You cannot press this club. Too many good ball handlers. And look at that enthusiastic thrust. And that's for the end zone crown at Barnhill South. No timeout, James. I believe they thought it was a TV timeout. Well, now they're giving it to Carolina.
Well, Dean Smith says, I don't want it. I didn't call it.
He's saying King Rice called it. I saw him go 2-1. Now this is 1-1. Dean Smith always values his timeouts, holds them as long as he can.
Well, Arkansas could make a claim to be America's team, playing in Pine Bluff, Little Rock, Lafayette, and here at Barnhill South in Dallas. Nolan Richardson, the trailblazer we mentioned, feels he's had a lot to do with the hiring of coaches like Leonard Hamilton down at Oklahoma State, John Shoemate here at SMU, and other coaches who are looking to get back into the coaching ranks, like Will Jones, who was a coach of the national champion UDC team a few years ago, Division II squad.
Was Carolina trying to trap, get control a little bit? And you think of Dean Smith, this perhaps maybe his best coaching job ever. When you think of this club early in the year struggling, and a great recruiting year. Mike Francesa mentioned Montrose making that decision. Of course,
a number of other good kids.
Brian Reese, 2 New York kids going there as well. So it's a great year, and he will be back. Terrific job this year by the Tar Heels.
Coming up next here on CBS, some of you will see the contest here between Texas and Xavier, while most of you will see the Duke Blue Devils from the ACC taking on UCLA back into the Sweet 16.
Familiar name.
Jim Herrick has done a good job there.
Sure has. And incorporated John Wooden, gotten him involved as well. And a lot of the ball games, John is there. And of course, honored some of the former players of his this particular year. One by the name of Lou Alcindor, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Carolina will be back in a big way next year. Many people thought that Dean Smith had lost his recruiting touch, and indeed, the old expression was Dean Smith did not recruit, he selected. Maybe not the case last year, but certainly this freshman class coming in.
Just can't get those threes to go. So that bench looked dejected, but they should be awfully proud of the tremendous year they've given their school.
1:17 remaining, 92-73, Arkansas lead.
And P.J. Colesimo, the Seton Hall coach, was telling me that, I said, how is Dean Smith doing? This is last summer. He said, Dean is back, meaning he was involved with a lot of big-time players. So, Tar Heel, NCAA.
And And even after 29 years, you said you were impressed with Dean's ability to still change with the times and the game.
Understands what has to be done. He can play at a quick pace, slow pace. He coaches his team. But this is Nolan Richardson's night. And a tip.
Whitby.
Compliment to him. Just great preparation.
Dave. And Nolan Richardson, who has been a big winner everywhere he's gone, from the high school ranks, Bowie High School in Texas, to the junior college ranks, had a 37-0 ball club at West Texas Junior College. Tulsa turned that program around, and now Arkansas. And of course, you mentioned Frank Broyles making the right decision, and Frank Broyles is convinced that with the right coach in Nolan Richardson and talent, that he's got the program of the 90s.
And the family atmosphere, too. We talk about Rolly Massimino and coaches like that. Dean Smith, another one. He does more for his kids off the floor. Incredible rapport. Caring man.
Seconds remaining. Whitby. Cannon Whitby off the mark. Jeff Denny. And the final 7 seconds. As Warren Lynn hits a two-pointer for Arkansas. Arkansas outscored North Carolina 42-19 over the last 10 minutes and come away with the victory, and they advance to the regional finals here in Dallas. They will await the winner of the Texas Xavier game. The Chevrolet players of the game are Oliver Miller with 19 points for Arkansas and Scott Williams with 20 for North Carolina. For Bill Raftery, this is James Brown saying so long from Dallas. Let's take you back to New York and Jim Nance.
23-point victory for the Razorbacks, and that could shape up as an all-Southwest Conference final in the Midwest, as Texas and Xavier coming up next. And Mike, you have some strong thoughts about that game coming up, Texas and Xavier.
Well, I know you like Xavier. I like Texas. I've liked them right through. I thought they could beat Georgia and Purdue. They can shoot the ball. They can spread you out. And I think if they play a tight zone, Xavier has trouble sometimes. They have the big guys inside, but they have trouble sometimes from the perimeter. I look for Texas, turn them over a little bit. I think Texas is going to surprise Xavier. There's
still a buzz over at the Meadowlands over Connecticut's last second, and I say last second, I mean one last tenth of a second victory over Clemson.
For me, this is the most intimidating hole in the game of golf. Why? Because as you walk off the 11th green towards the 12th tee, all you see is a mass of people. Those people create atmosphere and tension. As the player gets to the tee, he turns around and all he sees is Mother Nature. That creates the tension for the player. Mother Nature here has created one of the most beautiful holes in the game of golf. Now the player has to execute it. A tradition unlike any other, the Masters on CBS Sports.
This is CBS.
26 years ago, a proud legacy was born when John Wooden and UCLA squared off against Duke for a national title. Walt Hazzard and Jeff Mullins were two of the marquee attractions. But on that day, no star shined brighter than Gail Goodrich, whose 27 points propelled the undersized Bruins to their first of 10 national championships. And beneath the tall shadow of history, they meet again tonight. The poised and disciplined Blue Devils, under the leadership of Mike Krzyzewski, adhere to a gritty work ethic that has become a cherished trademark. They are no strangers to tournament pressure, and after surviving a second-round scare, Duke's road back to glory must cross through Jim Harrick and the unheralded Bruins, a team looked upon with modest expectations, whose stunning upset against powerful Kansas has rekindled the flames of past heroics and fan the flames for future conquests. Welcome back to the Eastern Regional Semifinal from the Meadowlands in Jersey City. In New Jersey and East Rutherford, across the river from New York. A sellout crowd saw Connecticut with an improbable last-second buzzer beater by Tate George win the opener over Clemson. They'll play the winner of the game coming up now between Duke and UCLA. It's a golden oldie matchup of the 1960s. Duke against UCLA. Hello again, everyone. I'm Dick Stockton. UCLA has the greatest reputation in this championship tournament. They may be back now. They are the farthest they've reached in the last 10 years. Duke, meanwhile, back to the familiar floor, East Rutherford, where they have gone to the Final Four 3 of the last 4 years. Hubie Brown, if UCLA plays as well tonight as they did against Kansas in round 2, what will that mean for the Duke Blue Devils?
Well, they were extremely quick and denied the front court play of Kansas with a man-to-man and a terrific 2-3 zone. The key to all this is Trevor Wilson. He's an explosion. He's one of the quickest forwards ever to play at UCLA. He's not only a rebounder, but also a great scorer. Been rewarded by making the All-Pac-10 team 3 years in a row.
Now, Duke is back here where they like to play, and it's a homecoming. Ala Abdelnaby from Bloomfield, New Jersey, is the inside man. And Bobby Hurley, the freshman guard from Jersey City, New Jersey, a big game for him as well.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure on him to get the basketball up the floor and then get it into the power game. But tonight, there's a guy at the other end at UCLA called Derek Martin. And he was sensational in Atlanta. Quick hands, quick feet, and has a tendency to turn you over in the backcourt.
Well, Duke is the favorite in this game, but UCLA surprised Kansas. We'll see what happens. Back for the introductions of the lineups after this.
CBS Sports coverage of the NCAA Basketball Championship Regional Semifinal game from East Rutherford, New Jersey is sponsored by today's Chevrolet, who invite you to see why nobody's winning like the heartbeat of America. AT&T, the right choice. And by Budweiser, the king of beers. Remember, know when to say when.
For UCLA at guard, 5'11" sophomore from Compton, California, number 15, Derek Martin. And for Duke at guard, a 6-foot freshman from Jersey City, New Jersey, number 11, Bobby Hurley. And introducing the head coaches for the UCLA Bruins in his second season, Jim Harrop. For the Duke Blue Devils in his 10th season, Mike Krzyzewski.
Duke is 9-1 in the Meadowlands. Like Krzyzewski said, the building doesn't win a game. Back for UCLA and Duke in just a moment. Arena for the second half of the semifinal. The officials, Jody Sylvester, John Koskinen, and Sonny Holmes. Sylvester from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Koskinen out of Philadelphia. Holmes from Forest City, Arkansas. Controlled by Duke. Ala Abdelnaby with the first shot of the game, and the Bloomfield senior hits.
He's been on a roll as of late, looking to score. Excellent facing the basket, and then in the low post, a nice jump hook.
Derek Martin and Gerald Matkins, the guards. McLean, number 42. Henderson is guarding Matkins. Here's McLean, and the basket counts in a foul. He's the leading scorer, is Don McLean, but has been struggling offensively in this tournament.
They need a big game out of McLean and Trevor Wilson. An excellent pair of front court performers who, during the course of the year, have been there game in and game out.
Foul is on Ala Abdelnaby. UCLA has won 6 of its last 7. Their only loss to Arizona. Duke winning 2 after losing 4 of their last 6. Bobby Hurley.
Main thing for UCLA, Duke is running a passing game. Big thing is don't get beat off the dribble.
Abdelnaby goes in too far under, and here comes UCLA. Derek Martin, sophomore, and it's laid in by Tracy Murray. He was the guy who hit the winning free throws with 9 seconds to go to beat Kansas.
What a great catch that was. That was down around his shoelace.
Hurley tries to get it to Leitner. It's still Duke ball. Jim Harrick, the head coach in his second year after years at Pepperdine. Arkansas, for the first time, gets to the Final Eight since '79 with a convincing victory over Carolina. Leitner. Talk about a guy who's been struggling offensively. Christian Leitner has in a big way lately.
That was an excellent lob pass. They know that UCLA will be in a 2-3 zone on all out-of-bounds plays on the baseline.
There's a good matchup. Bricky and Trevor Wilson. UCLA still has the ball.
Coach K from Duke, very sound, thinking that the way you get here is rebounding and defense, and that's the way you move on. He's very high on their tenacious defense.
Here's Trevor Wilson. Derek Martin misses outside, the rebound by Leitner.
Both teams like to push the basketball. They love to play in the high 80s.
Leitner misses from outside, but Abdelnaby converts. Second basket for Ala Abdelnaby. That name translates as servant of the prophet. That's what Abdelnaby means.
Well, he's been playing big in the last 3 ball games.
Matkins inside bodies and posted up well against Henderson.
Well, one thing you cannot do when you guard UCLA is fall asleep on any cutters. They have excellent quickness and extremely quick jumping ability.
Abdelnaby working on Murray, and the rebound by McLean, and a foul called against UCLA. We want to tell our viewers, the audience, expecting the Texas Longhorns and Xavier Musketeers in the other Midwest regional semifinal in Dallas. They'll be leaving us shortly, but they'll be kept up to date with the progress of this game. Wilson committing the foul. Henderson from the corner with a 3, misses. McLean the rebound.
Look up.
There is Wilson. Bricky trying to defend, and Trevor Wilson beats him down court.
That's UCLA at their best. You cannot fall asleep. They're extremely quick, and Wilson, even though he's underneath rebounding, will always fill that outside lane.
Wilson and Bricky will be a big matchup tonight. Leitner in and out on the baseline. Duke still controls. Abdelnaby, basket counts and a foul. Ala Abdelnaby did not play well here a year ago, but he's off to a brilliant start.
Now watch this long pass, the athletic ability right here. Look at that catch. Not only catch it, but then the presence to keep it that he could convert it into a quick score.
Wilson with the fast break release. Tracy Murray commits the foul, and Abdelnaby, no question that Mike Krzyzewski wants to work on Murray, who's playing out of position, a forward playing center for UCLA.
Well, he's a small 6'7", and he's going against Ala, and Ala is really playing excellent power basketball these days, playing with a lot of confidence.
Murray short, gets his own rebound. And Hurley came running in, and they'll call the Duke Blue Devils with a foul. It'll be their second team foul, and it'll be Hurley's first.
Now for our fans who have not seen UCLA.
Abdelnaby at the buzzer. The game is over. The basket counts, and the Duke Blue Devils have won it. Well, the Duke Blue Devils with a 90-81 victory will advance to the regional final here in East Rutherford against the University of Connecticut. UCLA finishes at 22-11, so it'll be Duke of the ACC and Connecticut, the top seed from the Big East, on Saturday. Don McLean of UCLA and Christian Leitner of Duke are our Chevrolet players of the game. Final was 90-81. The Blue Devils still love this floor at East Rutherford, New Jersey. And right now, let's send you back to our New York studios in Jim Nance.
Dick, well, thank you. So Saturday in the East Final will be a 1-seed Connecticut against the 3-seed Duke. And by the way, Connecticut only one other time has been to a regional final. That was 1964, and Duke beat Connecticut back in '64, 101-54, a game that was held in Raleigh. Now look at this one. Xavier had a 16-point lead at one time.
This, if they can. Still the 2-3.
Blanks.
Xavier, and Pete Gillen calls timeout. Texas up by 9.
And at the end, defensively, which has really gotten Texas to go. In your heyday, or maybe in Chubby Checker's heyday, you couldn't do the twist like Lance Blanks.
I think that underscores the point we made at the top of the show. Better than anything, these kids are having fun.
They sure are. They
Mirrors the
are
coaches.
into it. You have to come up with some traps and some gambles, and they get a little tic-tacker in the backcourt. You know, both of these coaches, though, James, when you think of it, very similar. Pete Gillen is still a Brooklyn guy. He's more apt to go down to the corner and pick up a racing form. And you think of Penders at the other end, he's gone a little upstream. He's more apt to go to the country club now and have that Wall Street Journal delivered. You're getting the pass. Tommy got them to play some defense, and it really took Xavier out of a terrific game plan. Inside
Jamie
power.
Gladden goes out. Derek Strong back in. Lance Blanks, no question about it, shooting blanks in the first half with only 2 points, 22 second half points. He was 0 for 8 from the field in the first half. Texas now enjoys a 10-point lead with 2:11 remaining.
You can see Roance has some problems in visiting courts. He just had to rub it in a little bit, doesn't he? He's had his difficulties with some fans and coaches in the Southwest Conference. The 2-3 has been a great help to Texas. Took away the inside power. And
College with the rebound. Now, what he doesn't want to do, although he was playing aggressively, he hit Davenport with an elbow, but little does he know that Davenport is a black belt in karate, learned from his father who learned in Thailand, so he'd better think twice.
And that's the first note you memorized on this trip, who to stay away from. But this is really not necessary. You're right, it is physical play, but the extra, that could have been a 2-shot foul, that elbow.
Thank goodness Davenport is about as easy going to play as you'll find. Colley, 7 points, 13 rebounds, contributing to the down looks on the faces of Xavier players. Colley really has done the job defensively, Raph. And Myers, absolutely.
And they're not big, they're mobile, aggressive, and they play without getting that carrot. An occasional shot.
Or pass.
There's the Musketeers, the Xavier nickname. They got to pull one out like the old Three Musketeers used to. Score quickly, no timeouts, get in their press, give it up.
Under 2 to play as Walker kisses it off the glass.
Good job here. Now they got a trap. Because Texas really not known to use the clock. Wasted about 5 seconds for the giveaway. And Carly can relax, huh, Daddy? Well, not really. We've been at 44. She wants that time to move.
4th personal on Davenport as Susie Penders, obviously in good spirits and relaxed. While hubby is down on the floor continuing to direct traffic. Jamie Gladden comes in to replace Michael Davenport for Pete Gillen.
Davenport really still struggling with the after effects of that ankle injury.
Right, 4 or 5 from the line tonight. Doesn't get the roll.
They got a chance, kids, to single digits.
It's a 10-point Texas lead off the mark.
And there's that play. He didn't learn the first time.
And that's exactly what Wright is talking with him about now.
Now, this is great, though. See, years ago, people would say, this is dissension. I enjoy this. They're saying, hey, you've got to start using your head. We want to win this. We want to move on to the next round. And really, the step through, speaking of karate, one of the better moves, and Loxley did not learn from the earlier incident.
And speaking of karate, Davenport back into the game for Xavier.
Can shoot it.
Here's Gladden. Blocked. And the foul is going to be called on Panama Myers. And that is 4 on Panama. And again, Blanks huddles the team just outside of the free throw line to tell the guys, let's keep it under control. A 10-point lead with 1:31 remaining. Texas angling for an all-Southwest Conference Final 8. And make that final in the regionals right here on Saturday. Aaron Williams in for Tyrone Hill.
Rest him on the one end, of course, give the foul right away. He can get back in on in the game. It's not a matter of little offense, defense, quick, springy, fresh legs, and Aaron Williams. Extraordinary effort. Pete Gillen and his kids. Time left, could steal it. But reality starting to maybe catch up with the bench as they looked a little dejected earlier.
Big rebound by Panama Myers as Mays says, give me the ball, let me take it.
They're trying to give one. Play keep away, you want to keep the ball moving.
Colley fouled by Williams.
Nice job by Williams. Springy, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Really good reaction. You thought he was going to be a good one. Young player. In what minutes early in his career?
Not carrying much weight in the air, so he can fly.
But this is a tape that Pete Gillen's going to look at and say, how did we let it get away? And it's really attributable to the defense inside by Texas. They stepped it up, wouldn't let the high-low sets go, wouldn't let the post-ups go. And Jamal Walker, who had played under control, never could get back to that normal type of basketball he possesses.
Distinct change from the first half when Xavier's front line, the threesome, accounted for 45 points. Colley having trouble finding the range. Wholesale change at that time for Texas. Courtney Jeans, Panama Myers, Loxley Collins, Travis Mays, and Lance Blank, the 5 on the floor for Texas.
Jamie Campaglia. Of course, he was a great help. Us, the assistant on the screen on the right. There's a lot to do for Tommy. Played at Wagner for P.J. Carlissimo, by the way.
An 11-point Texas lead with 1:13 remaining. And Walker misses. Blanks is fouled by Jamie Gladden. So with 1:02 remaining, it looks like it could be an all-Southwest Conference Midwest Regional Final on Saturday. And they've met before here. Arkansas, a big winner over North Carolina, the first game. And in the East, the dream is still alive for Connecticut, #1 seed. They will play Duke. And what has taken place here, Arkansas, 96-73 winner over North Carolina. And Texas right now enjoying a 13-point lead with under a minute to play. So it will be Texas and Arkansas once again. Strong.
They don't want to stop the clock, even if it didn't mean a deuce. And that is it. The limit for Lance Blanks. He didn't stay silent too long, did he?
Well, Blanks comes up with one impressive game tonight. 0 for 8 from the floor in the first half, only 2 points, and he scores 26 points in the second half.
Well, they're going to get their shots, so they don't back off. I mean, they're going to pout and put their head down. They have a loose gun on this team with regards.
Billy, really a distinct change in the style of play and the attitude of the players from when we played.
Oh,
0 for 8 in the first half.
I was so tired of running the shuffle cut when I played, and then working it for 30, and then ended up with a 20-foot jumper. It is an alarming situation now in coaching where a lot more coaches are giving the players the freedom to dictate. and reacting to them. It's quite an adjustment because a lot of coaches were trained under very studious and regimented clinicians of the game, and it's really entirely different than our generation was taught.
25 points, 13 rebounds for Derek Strong. Impressive outing for that young man. And Mays fouled by Derek Strong, and when he fouls, you feel it. Coming up tomorrow here on CBS, you'll see an outstanding lineup in the Southeast, Michigan State and Georgia Tech. That'll be a good one. And Minnesota and Syracuse. Clem Haskins will be facing Derek Coleman, who is on an absolute tear. And out west, UNLV and the surprising Ball State. And Loyola Marymount will run into a good Alabama squad. All of that coming your way tomorrow right here on CBS. Travis Mays. Xavier, seeing him light him up for 28 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals. I think that's a pretty fair outing.
In no way the different attitudes of both benches being shown, and in no way should Xavier step back. Just an incredible run. Fun-filled, as you said on the open.
30 points for Mays. And just to think, Xavier's had difficulty scheduling some of the big powers the last couple of years, trying to improve their schedule.
And you can see why.
Hill's ball off the mark. Strong with the follow. Myers really wanted to get rid of that one.
He didn't want to go to the line.
The last 15 seconds. Butler blocked from behind by Shepard. And a remarkable turnaround in the second half gives Texas the victory. So the Midwest Regional Final is all set as Texas gets by Xavier and advances on. It will be an all Southwest Conference final here as Texas will face Arkansas. The Chevrolet players of the game are Lance Blanks with 28 points from Texas and Derek Strong of Xavier with 27 points and 14 rebounds. From Reunion Arena and for Bill Raftery, I'm James Brown saying so long. Let's go back to New York and Jim Nance.
What a terrific second half performance by Texas, and the Longhorns win it by 13. One thing to consider, Xavier has lost the last 2 previous years in the tournament to the eventual national champions, having lost in '88 to Kansas and last year to Michigan. So the Southwest Conference is assured of a team in the Final Four for the first time since the University of Houston, aptly named Phi Slamma Jamma by Tommy Bunk, went back in 1984. Arkansas is also there, playing on Saturday in the regional final against Texas as the Razorbacks move on to the Final 8 for the first time since 1979 when it lost to Indiana State by 2, an Indiana State team that was manned by Larry Bird. Duke was a winner in the East by 9 over UCLA. Consider again that the Blue Devils have been to the Final Four 3 of the last 4 years. And Duke will meet UConn Saturday for the East Championship. If you haven't seen it all day, check out the finish of this one. Clemson led by a point, 1 second to go. Connecticut inbounds the ball.
Here goes the long pass with 1 second to go. The shot. Yes! The shot's going to count. The shot by Tate George wins it.
Tate George winning shot from the Meadowlands. But this was the reaction on campus. Storrs, Connecticut. Going wild at Gampel Pavilion on campus at Connecticut. One shining moment for the Huskies, one stunning moment for the Clemson Tigers, who are ousted at the last second. Tomorrow, our lineup on CBS, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, 5 on the West Coast. Most will see Loyola Marymount against Alabama. Others will see Minnesota against Syracuse from Southeast Regional play. And then late tomorrow night is Georgia Tech against Michigan State, the 1 seed in the Southeast. And in Cinderella, Ball State will challenge the 1 seed in the West, UNLV. So please join us again tomorrow night, prime time, For all of us at CBS Sports, I'm Jim Nantz saying good night from New York.
Cameron Crazies of Durham have nothing on the UConn fans. A Yukon Husky looking on and watching Duke unravel the Huskies early. Christian Leitner with the jam on a 12-1 run that got him tied, and looking for divine intervention is the Huskies manager. Her team was down by 7 at the break, and then they answer with a 12-1 run early in the second half, and there's Tate George, the hero from Thursday night. And then it's Scotty Burrell, the man who set up Tate George in the game winner against Clemson. That jam gave Connecticut a 5-point lead. With just seconds left in regulation, Chris Smith hits a long three-pointer that ties it at 72. Bobby Hurley's parents looking on. He's a New Jersey native. He missed a free throw that could have won it. Then he's rejected here by Rod Sellers, and Connecticut takes charge in the overtime. Duke was up by 1 when the Dove, Nadav Hennefeld, breaks free for the back door. Connecticut up 76-75. They held that lead until the closing seconds. 2.5 left. Christian Leitner on the give and go. Gets it back, and as time expires, turnabout fair play. Deja vu, and it turned upside down on Connecticut. Jim Calhoun tried to kick it away from Mike Krzyzewski's team, but it fell through. And led by Allah Abdunabi's 27 points, he himself a New Jersey native. Duke wins it in overtime, 79-78. Hurley missed all 9 of his shots and missed that free throw that would have won it, but he hasn't lost in his home state now since he was a sophomore in high school. And the Devils have used this building in each of their last 4 trips to the Final Four.
I've been on teams since I've been here where we've been tournament tough. We've been able to handle, big games, and those games just happen to be here. So I think throughout the course of the year, some of the guys on our team, the older guys especially, have developed a little bit of a familiarity with the ground, with the court, with the surroundings, what have you.
To be a part of 3 Final Fours is something a lot of players really don't experience during their college careers, but to be in 3 consecutive Final Fours is just, it's beyond description.
I really couldn't believe it, and it was so awesome, so exciting. I was just grabbing people, and I wasn't crying or anything, but I was going, oh my God, oh my God.
I always wanted to coach in a Final Four. But I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't trade this group of kids in the privilege of coaching them for 100 Final Fours.
Pride was on the line as these 2 bitter rivals hit the floor against each other for the 3rd and final time this season. Texas coach Tom Penders 0 for 5 against his coaching counterpart Nolan Richardson, who was looking for his first Final Four berth. Sloppy game, back and forth early. Travis Mays with a bad pass. Hogs the other way, ahead to Lee Mayberry, who lays in 2 of his 18 on the game, and Arkansas was out early. Then Todd Day drives the lane, somehow gets the circus shot to fall. Arkansas had a 5-point lead. And then they went after the offensive rebound, but big Oliver Miller can't get it to go down. The other way we go in transition. Benford Williams ahead to Lance Blanks, who gets 2 on the nice driving layup. Arkansas had a 7-point lead at the half, and Lee Mayberry driving for the layup. Loxley Colley then inbounds the ball, but it is stolen by Todd Day with a heads-up play on defense. He's over to Mayberry, who is up and in with a trifecta, and it was an 84-78 Arkansas lead. The Longhorns making a run late. Down to Todd Day, who misses the layup, but Howell is there for the follow slam. But Arkansas celebrating this one as Nolan Richardson gets the victory, heads to the Final Four. There's Oliver Miller doing some shaking on the rim in the post-game celebration as Arkansas wins it, a 3-point win. The Hogs beat the Horns for the 3rd time this season, the 6th straight time overall, and Arkansas heads to the Final Four for the first time since 1978 when Sidney Moncrief roamed the Hogs front court.
This is the best feeling in the world, the best. I love it. I'm excited. I just want to go out there and yell with some of those fans some more. I love it. It's just great.
We beat Texas 2 times this year, and everyone knew we could do it again. It was just up to us going out and doing it. We were pretty loose. We were real loose, just a regular old game for us.
Well, you can't really predict how far this team will go, to tell you the truth. We did want to go one step further, but once we got past that first round, then it was like, we made it this far. Let's just keep going, Ain't too much can stop us now.
So it'll be Duke and Arkansas as the first half of the Final Four is comprised. That game a week from the day in Denver. Gary?
The other half of that field will be set on Sunday when Georgia Tech meets Minnesota. The Gophers are the last of a record 7 Big Ten teams still left after both Michigan and Illinois made the Final Four a year ago. But if you ask fans around East Lansing, Michigan State should be meeting the Gophers for the 3rd time this year, not the Yellow Jackets. Judd Heathcote was hoping for his first trip to the Final Four since Irvin Johnson took him all the way to the title. Steve Smith may be the best Spartan since then, but the magic was working against Michigan State Friday night. Already having led his team to a 2-point lead with 5 seconds left, Smith missed an opportunity for his 33rd point, and Tech freshman Kenny Anderson, who had gotten them this close on his last trip down, took matters into his own hands and appeared to win it with a 3-pointer. But one referee overruled another, made it 2, and it went to overtime tied. But should it have even gone that far? The ball has to leave the shooter's hand before the buzzer, not the clock.
2 seconds at the buzzer. It counts! One official says 3.
Anderson and Smith didn't have the benefit of videotape.
I beat the buzzer, I know that for sure. When the buzzer sounded, the ball was out my hand. I knew it was good, but I didn't know if it was a 3 or a 2.
It might have been a 0.2 seconds after the shot, but if a player hits a big shot like that, you know, someone have to give him the bucket. You can't take that away from him and send them home wondering did they lose or not. We did get a chance. It was a whole nother ball game in overtime.
The kid from Brooklyn has driven his team to the edge of their grandest accomplishment ever, and he may not have emptied his bag of tricks.
I might have to try to go back in the Magic hat, get something out, but I don't know. It's gonna be tough, but we could do it.